on old mute. Okay, so hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. Boy, do I have some stories for you fucking people.
Oh
Before we
no.
start tonight.
Sure.
Oh no.
So
Story
we're gonna
from
start off with the
Sneaky?
one I already shouted about yesterday, but of course that is too good to pass up telling on stream. The CEO received an email from an acquisitions company. Supposedly, the CEO said, "Oh, this is too good to be true," and replied to this email, "Are you guys legit?" To which they said back, "Of course we're legit. Now please download the file we sent you."
No.
The CEO downloads the file. Our antivirus software blocks it.
Acquisition.exe.
Yeah. So,
Please tell
yeah.
me that's what it actually said.
No, it was just called PDF document 7462999993929.
PDF.exe.
Yeah, PDF.exe. Yeah, pretty much.
That's
So, he then goes, "Wow, this IT company I hired to do security for me, their antivirus software is blocking this clearly very important file. I'm gonna ask the IT company to turn off their antivirus software so I can open this file."
No.
So I see this task sitting in our queue. I post about it. And I don't remember the next 30 minutes. Because I just stared at a wall in stun lock. Physically incapable of even thinking. Because of how fucking stupid the thing I just saw was.
So these guys are the reasons we have those mandatory phishing fucking tutorial
Yes.
classes.
Yes.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Yeah. So,
Because greed will always win over common sense.
of course. So, I post this in all chat, and I go, "Hey, Sock, someone needs to do something about this." So Sock goes in, they take a look, they go, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" And proceed to run a scan on the file and the guy's computer. 97 Trojans have been downloaded.
Oh, Jesus. Lovely.
And Sock's just like, "Oh my fucking god!"
I mean, I'd be mortified too.
Reminder, this dude's the CEO.
At that point, you just throw the PC and the CEO at the same time.
Yeah, right. Well,
Yes.
anyway. So that gets resolved. Next story.
That's a fan fiction in itself.
It is. So, so there's something I don't understand, right? Say your company is Company X. Company X doesn't want internal IT because internal IT costs about, $65,000 if you're really lowballing it a year. Right? $65,000 will get you a pretty incompetent IT individual. Or two really incompetent IT individuals. So, they make the monetary decision to hire Company Y, a very good IT company. Now, your network is slow, you don't like it, and they're charging you too much money, so you want to change ISPs. And then you do it. Do you notify company Y at any point in time about this information?
No.
That'd be too much work, man. Just drop them, no? Fucking.
So, yeah, they didn't notify us about an IP switchover, so of course, all of their shit broke.
Wait, haven't we heard this story before, or is this a new case of the same old bullshit?
Second verse, same as the first, sign.
Of course.
Yeah, so all of their shit broke, and we're sitting here trying to fix their printer because it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And then finally, one of them says, "Oh yeah, by the way, we changed ISPs yesterday. Would that have hurt this?" Yes. Yes, it would have.
Man, y'all live a wild life. I just make games.
IT is yet just another unique brand of suffering depending on where you landed in it.
To be honest, at this
Yeah.
point, like my team is suffering too, because my boss, who's the AGM of the company, he decided that our team has like we basically, because it's been a 13-year-old team, we have systems in place to make cadence and everything. Like instead of being a year-long process, more like a couple weeks, right?
Right.
We have mastered tuning to a point where we can automate and templatize tuning. So literally any Tom, Dick, and Harry can pick it up and be like, "Hey, I'm the fucking systems designer," right? So they were like, "Okay, let's give this guy over to this team, and because we have this other guy, we should be fine, and we can take an associate and like somebody that team doesn't want and train them up. That'll increase my like sphere of influence in the company when this guy goes and like that team goes like, oh, he's pretty good." And yeah, the issue was that guy who was going ended up being me, right? And the other guy put in his papers the same day I was supposed to be leaving. So now instantly there's a problem because other than the two of us, nobody can handle the bot-based mechanics at all.
Yeah.
And we call these mechanics rev cores, which stands, of course, for revenue cores.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
are 80% of all the money we make over the course of the year. And now there's nobody on the team that can
80%
do it.
so far. You still haven't introduced the gotcha mechanics.
They have no, I have. That literally the first thing I did as I came in was introduce gotcha mechanic. Trust me, there's a reason they became rev cores. And it is the most like anti-consumer gotcha ever known to man.
Well, of
If you have a
course.
script that keeps reducing chances, the better shit you keep getting, and pumps
Yeah.
it up slightly every time you spend money. But yeah, like other like that's
Okay.
neither here nor there. But what happened basically was now this AGM is panicking because the two guys that handle the majority of the money makers of the game are now either given away or leaving.
Yeah, been
So
there,
he
done
reaches
that.
out to the other team. So he reaches out to the other team and goes like, "Hey, that guy we gave you, can you give him back to us?
And they said no, fuck
We'll
that.
give you back the guy you give." Yeah, they straight up said no.
Yeah, no fucking
not-
shit.
And in the end, he basically kind of created a situation where he's like, "Listen, could you come back to the team? If you can petition them, it can happen." And I do like my original team, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, their team, who's led by the actual fucking GM, like the team I've been given to the biggest game in our company,
Yeah.
their GM said, "I'm giving you a 50%. I'll give you a 50% appraisal at the end of this year."
Yeah, fuck that shit.
The only person who has benefited from this entire exchange is me, and the AGM is currently almost being cut. So yeah, sometimes greed gets people killed.
Yeah, we had that situation here where our company decided to not pay certain people raises when they required them, and the person decided to instead take a really generous 75% pay bump to work at a different company.
The reason the other guy's leaving is because there's a German company currently offering him £250 per year as to be like a principal game designer.
That makes sense.
He was earning pennies here because he had like 3 years of bad appraisals.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the other person who knew the core code of one of our programs that we use every single day retired.
Lovely.
And so now we had no programmers who knew how our program worked.
Oh, dude, if I could tell, like, I cannot count on my fingers how many times that's happened. Because the game I was on, the 13-year-old game, right? It is still in function, still making millions. With 13 fucking years old.
So now
So
all we have is...
they have
Yeah.
given away members of the team
Yeah.
who are the only people who can either run or know the code for something that's practically essential for us to survive.
Yeah.
Is wild.
It gets better because now all that's left is UI designers, and unrestrained UI designers get you Microsoft Office 365 new version.
Yep.
And that's what our core program is now turning into, because they can't actually fix any of the problems.
Yeah.
They're just making the UI shinier so they can say they did their job. In true Windows 10 fashion, every single time they, air quote, improve the UI, it gets worse and slower.
Dude,
Yep.
fucking dude, it's wild because like there was a point where UX UI designer was the same job. So the same guy who'd come up with the concept would be able to make the concept. He would be able to like do the art. He'd be able to make it work, right? Now, for some reason, they split them into 2 different jobs: UX designer and UI designer, and
So
they can never work together.
Yeah, so you can pay them less.
That's the fucking wildest thing, right? Like the UI UX designer would get paid in our company the exact same as a UX and a UI designer alone. Like they both get this like the same amount as that one guy would have got.
Yeah, well,
I do not know why this happened. I think it was somebody's idea of, oh, we'll have a better like if we can get like the UX guy, we could get all the stuff done in pre-prod. The UI guy could come in later to make the art. No,
Yeah, effectively,
that is not how it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's totally how it works.
But
But it
Yeah.
saved money now.
It's
Yeah.
even worse now because all the designers learn to the UX designers' work, so they're basically jobless. I mean, all they really do is open up fucking like Balsamic and just make like a fucking like non-working but good-looking prototype of the thing, and they're like, "My work's done, bye-bye."
And then they implement it.
No, that's the thing. The implementation guy is a different dude altogether, and he fucks up completely because he doesn't understand the original idea.
God. But yeah, so yeah, that's just general IT news. There might have been something else today. That was pretty funny that we left. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. So, in funny IT news, turns out anyone who has ever done HTML, CSS, or any form of input code programming will know the #1 thing to do when you are creating a field that the user can fill with any text possible is add a fucking character limit.
Oh no.
Cause guess who found out there was no max size to the subject line of tasks today?
Problematic, that sounds.
So, so what I did when I found this information out, of course, is I immediately created a task with the entire fucking copy pasta Wikipedia page.
Oh no.
And pasted it into the task.
I thought you were gonna say, you know how I fixed it? I didn't. I just left.
No, and then I assigned it to a bunch of random people, so they absolutely could not view their task list for the day.
Lovely.
And then I submitted a bug report.
Oh, it's getting fixed like right now. I guarantee you something gets fixed today.
Priority 0.
Time to make everyone's lives worse.
Hey man. Sometimes that's the only way things get done.
Yeah, literally
Yeah.
though.
The amount
Anyway.
of times we've absolutely messed stuff up just to make things just to happen is wild.
Yeah, real. Anyway, so speaking of making people's lives worse, you know what we haven't done recently?
But
Ruby.
I mean,
Because I don't know if you guys saw the news, but they're talking about doing a season 10.
oh no, how would they get the money?
Well,
They think they lined up to pay for it.
yeah, they think they got someone lined up to pay for it, and even worse news. They are going to keep on the entire group of people that ruined it in the first place.
Lovely.
Most unfortunate.
We did
That is
Ruby
up-
2
that
weeks
is-
ago? No, I don't think. No, we tried to do Ruby, and then someone recommended something else, and then we did that instead.
I don't know. My AI assisted story has been doing decently in the Ruby.
Oh yeah.
part. It's garbage. Like legitimately the worst thing I've ever written.
Well, I mean, the AI is basically writing it for you, right?
Yeah, I just correct it every now and then, and like just keep doing retries till I get a line that's kind of like what I would have liked.
How many favorites does it have already?
It has upwards of 250.
Jesus
You're only
fucking
at chapter
Christ!
4.
Of course it does.
No, wait, I think it's higher now. I've not checked for.
What's it called?
It's called Empyrean.
Okay, all right. Well,
You know how I got that fucking name?
yeah.
You know, like the new Arcana that came out.
Oh yeah.
So I was just going through my Steam page and like I was like, oh wait, there's a new Arcana coming out. Oh, of course it's okay. Yeah, that's what the name's gonna be.
All right. Let's see. Where is Empyrean?
Don't even
Empyrean.
bother reading it. Trust me.
No, we're not. We're not gonna. I just want to
Yeah,
see
it's
it.
almost at 300 followers. It's 294.
When did you last update it?
It's been I think last week or maybe middle of this week. I'm not sure.
Oh, so we're
let
not
me
gonna have
see.
any fucking chance at finding this thing.
20 second. It's only 4 chapters.
22nd. Yeah. Oh, hey! Wow! How about that? I just picked a random fucking page and guess what we found?
Yeah, the fact that this is actually like
What the fuck is this art?
that's just the
Oh,
fucking
no.
profile pic that I generally keep on.
You're still down.
Cold Daylight. So you moved on from Cruel Ruin, I see.
Yeah, it's the same account though.
Yeah, I noticed.
It's like got fucking tired of the fact that like people still keep messaging me on fucking old stories. Like if I go to my PMs, they go, "Why did you delete that story?"
Oh,
God, I hate
so
that
you
shit.
changed your name to be like,
Yep,
they can't
yep,
find me if they don't
yep.
know who Cold Daylight is.
I'm like, they don't read my other stuff anyways. I can just keep writing this way, and I don't have to.
That's funny as
Then
hell.
guess what? It fucking worked.
Oh my god.
Of course it did.
People are dumb.
Object permanence and fucking FF readers? Nah.
Oh, well, wait, were you here for the stream we did where we found out that maybe only 40% of humanity is sentient?
No.
Yeah.
What the fuck did I miss?
So, no, big study,
NPCs.
yeah, major study came out that showed maybe at most only 40% of people actually think.
Fucking do it.
Which, after reading that study, I was like, wow, that explains so many things.
That explains so fucking much.
Yeah. I changed my name. I didn't even change the account. I just changed my name, and now no one knows who I am. Object permanence. Never heard of it.
Now, I kind of knew about the whole name change thing because I do that on Discord a fuck ton, right?
Oh, I know, yeah.
It always works. I mean, anybody I never want to talk to again, name change. Oh, they're not going to find me.
My favorite thing is I just go, okay, I regularly go through my DM list, and I'm like, alright, that person's changed their name, that's a deleted user, that person's changed their name, look at their conversation. Oh, they sent me a racist meme, that must be cruel.
Well, like, you could say that about the deleted account as well. So the other account, I deleted that shit.
Wow, yeah, This is John's journey, and only he will save the world. No
The
one
best thing-
else is good. Did the AI also write this?
Yep.
Oh.
The only part of it written by me is the part in brackets at the end.
Nice.
Curtain
And by the way, the
down,
reason
by the
it's called
way.
a de-emphasized gamer system is because AI cannot keep track of the stats.
Oh, you should have. No, dude. You should have left it in. You should have left it in. I mean, it's the funny. Okay, so it's the funniest shit ever. So we got another
No,
guy.
it just starts inventing new stats.
Oh,
Like, I tried to make a stat page for it, and
No.
it just kept inventing more stats.
No. Listen, leave it in. It's great. It's fucking. It's the funniest shit ever. So we got another guy called Infanticus, right? He likes to fuck toasters. Unrelated. Anyway, so he made an Avatar: The Last Airbender gamer story, right? And every single stat page was wrong.
Yeah, I can see that.
Every single stat page.
As someone
Was
who has
wrong.
been fucking around with novel AI for the last fucking half a year, I can actually it was recommended on this place, not like
Yeah, it was
probably
by
like
me,
4
yeah.
or 5 months actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like since then I've been fucking around with it, and this is the best I can do with it now. The only things written by me in this entire chapter are the entire level up things. I didn't even write the fucking description for the weapons, and that's why
Great.
it's like so generic.
I fucking love it. But yeah, so he was like if you actually added up all of his stats since the first stat page, he was wrong every single time he updated the stats. Like he would be like, "Oh man, I need 45 strength for this," and in the next paragraph, he would have like 72 strength.
Bro, See, I'm dealing with this story as like, like whose line is it anyways? The fucking stats are all made up and like none of it
Yeah,
matters.
just the stats just
that-
constantly
well,
change.
So somebody in one of the reviews was like, "Oh, is it possible for in the end there that just list a stat sheet and written?" Oh, by the way, the AI upgraded one of his abilities,
Uh-huh.
and then in the next paragraph fused it with another one. So it
Amazing.
explained the new ability's maximum level and what did, and then it gave him something objectively worse.
Amazing, even better. That's great. No,
There's an ability called Aura Blade, right? It max leveled out, at which point it is like by stats and everything, by just what it does, is OP, and its mana cost and everything was like negligible, right?
right.
And then in the very next fucking paragraph, it just combines it with another ability, and yeah. The other ability, by the way, was a free ability that just had an 8-second cooldown. And instead, it gave an ability that would use the perceived 1/3 of his mana bar per usage. And did less damage than the original. And did not have the AoE application of the original.
Oof.
That's great. I fucking love it. No, bro.
Nobody
No.
caught on to that.
Nobody
caught
can,
on to it.
yeah, nobody understood. Like, I literally pointed it out to him when he got to like 19 chapters in, and he's like, "Oh, no one said anything." I'm just like, bro. He's finally fixed all of the numbers so far, but like he was like 40 he was like 40 off on a bunch of his stats. It was that bad.
Dude, I have to make like one of those stat sheets at the end of this arc, which is next chapter. So next chapter, I'm actually gonna have to make.
No, what you need to do is you need to tell the AI to generate what it thinks John's stats are, and just let it cook. So if it gives him like,
That's with novel AI, right? You don't really tell it what to do, right? You kind of write the preamble, and everything else goes into memory. So the thing is, the memory doesn't work when it comes to numbers, only to like lines of text.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. You should just let it cook. Just whatever it makes, let it just cook. Or even go to ChatGPT and be like, ChatGPT, generate me a stat sheet, and just paste it. And just completely seriously just be like, yep, this is his stat sheet, guys.
my God.
Glibness? He's got a 49 in glibness. What does that mean? I don't know.
So, my favorite thing was when I was trying to fuck with the stats, right?
He's got
There
a
was
22 in
stat-
jib cut.
No. There was a stat named Dong. Just
Dong?
stat named Dong. Dong 47. That's
Dog
it.
47.
And that was literally in chapter 1, and I was about to make that the title of the story.
Dong 47. What you really should have done is you should have made Dong 69.
Dong 69. Now,
Yes.
dude, like, again, see, the next chapter I will actually be writing myself. So let's see.
Oh, why?
By the way, my favorite thing is, the AI hates Winter and Weiss being mentioned at the same time. It'll just start using the names interchangeably. That's the one thing that has been caught, by the way. Like in chapter 4, at some point, Weiss appears and says a line. I don't know how she gets there, but
Well,
she is there.
What it is probably because Weiss means snow and winter means snow. And so the AI is like, well, snow appears.
That sounds like
No,
AI.
it's not like that. Like it's more because like in the lore, like so they're like in novel AI, you can store like lore pages.
Right, yeah, I know.
As I keep getting chapters in, the last chapter goes into lore. And
Right,
the thing is, both the chapters have included conversations about Weiss written by the AI,
right.
but because I put it in the lore, it thinks this is written by me. And because they're sisters, the AI does not know that Weiss is not there. It thinks that Weiss is part of this group. It literally, I killed
Right.
I killed the character in chapter 2, and he keeps appearing every fucking second chapter.
You should just leave it in. Just let the AI cook.
My favorite thing is the AI hates last names, so it just never generates them.
Excellent.
So every time like I have to add a last name, I have to do it manually.
Oh god,
I
that's
don't know,
great.
technology is definitely a thing. But yeah, next chapter I'm gonna write myself, and I'm gonna see if people notice.
Yeah, I mean, he's not lying though. By the way, he's got 226 favorites, 300 follows.
The AI experiment. It's still better than the stupid thing I sent you, but that was written in like early, like when I just picked up the fucking AI thing.
Warning: on selecting no, you will die in 0.82 seconds.
Yeah.
I genuinely find this to be the best gamer story I have ever come across. This story has its own flavor and intrigue.
You know what I should do when I
What?
finish the story? I should just like take all of the fucking reviews and send an email to the non-AI guys.
Yeah, you really should. You should just be like, guys, it fucking worked. People are stupid.
Fuck you know.
Chapter 3. Why does John keep using his last name? Why wasn't he kicked out? Isn't he not
The
an arc
funniest thing is,
anymore?
that guy is inventing headcanon. At no point did the AI mention that Ark was kicked out of his family.
Wait, so this guy is fucking inventing lore?
He is deadass inventing lore, and he isn't even the only one.
This is great. I
If
fucking
you, scroll,
love
if you scroll down, there's a guy who's got a profile picture, the red-haired guy in it. He sends me messages regarding lore.
Wait, what do you mean he sent you messages regarding lore? You gotta post some of this shit, man.
Dude, it is wild.
This is why I love having active authors on stream, because we just get the most
I mean, the
insane
active author is
shit.
normal AI.
Well, yeah, but you're
At this
getting the
point, they're
DMs
just
and shit.
shit
Like,
posters.
no, but like whenever Sign gets a really good commission post of like, hey, can you write like a double pregnancy, story where I get turned into this character?
Yeah, get turned into Obama.
I've heard worse.
Oh my god, son. I'm glad I do not live your life.
I love this story. I enjoy Gamerfix, especially when the system isn't some snarky sapient interface. Now, I gotta say, if we tried to do snarky narrator in this day and age, I don't think we would get the same level of appreciation, Max.
We made a snarky
No.
fic, and then, well, to be honest, my numbers, that shit went, right? It's just everything else. And including the willingness to continue it was lost.
No, I was talking about Scorched Earth, Shattered Steel, where we made the
Oh,
narrator a
that's
character.
a snort. 100.
A bit of mystery in its workings, origin, and purpose. Yeah, well, there's definitely a fucking mystery going on.
Yeah, dude, the first time I read this, I was lost.
Like in the original manhwa.
Bro, my favorite thing is everybody's talking about the monster in the mountain, but because it's not in the lore, because I've not put any kind of details on it, I don't think the AI can generate it.
Generate what?
Basically, the end of Arc 1 is coming up in a way, and Jean is going to have a three-way tussle with this mini boss I created, as well as a creature on the mountains that's sitting on like this massive, like dust fucking mine.
Right.
Right. And I have no idea what that monster is. The AI has no idea. It's only ever mentioned to as the monster or the creature in the fucking mountains.
I can't wait to see what it comes up with.
If it comes up with dog shit, I'll see. But no, next chapter I'm gonna have to write because it's gonna end an arc. And the one thing Novelia is really bad at is ending things.
Oh, of course, obviously, it's just meant to keep
This is
writing.
why every single it just keeps going in loops at a certain point.
Yeah.
So that's where I just end every chapter.
It starts looping is when I end the chapter.
And you know what the funny thing about the looping? The
Yeah.
looping is based on characters, right? Like it only has so many memory characters per like
Right.
file you open, and that is based on how much you pay them. So because I have the Opus subscription, I get around 8,000 words.
Oh, okay.
So if you check every single chapter without the author's note, it's around 8,000.
Yeah, damn. Yeah. All right. So I blah blah blah. And I've been getting that from your fic. Getting convenient skills and wondering on how the system is pulling knowledge or manipulating reality is great. Keep it up. I do wonder what manner of beast is on the mountain. One powerful enough to make it, and those like it a long-term goal for John's ridiculous growth rate is as intriguing as it is terrifying. I have faith it'll be very interesting, especially since you offhandedly wrote that Salem is actually a nuisance. I find the increased depth of the world you have given Ruby. How there are just people and creatures built different that tower over the majority is very satisfying. Yeah, this Grim's just built different.
No, that's my favorite fucking thing, right? Because the AI in chapter 1 gave John 40 fucking levels, now everything around him is basically gotta to be like a challenge for him, you gotta be God.
Gave
you
him
understand?
40 levels?
Yeah, in the first chapter. In the second chapter, I had to literally do a redo every time you got a level, and even then, I've only stymied the flow till level 50. He's level 50 right now. So over the next, there Jin, there are literally 0 negative reviews of this film.
Yeah,
To give you an example, Metal Cycles has over 1,000 reviews, right?
You need to keep going. You need to keep going until you're on the front page.
Dude, honestly, at the pace it's going, it'll get there. I would not even be surprised. Because the meteoric explosion of follows and favorites happened after it hit the 100k words mark. I'm a quarter of 1,000 without even hitting like 40k.
That's because people filter by word count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that is my default filter. If it doesn't have 100k words, I usually won't touch it.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is fair enough, because most stories die before the 100k mark.
Yeah.
This is just so fucking funny. John spontaneously opening up to Winter about his past seems strange, but if there's pretext for romance, I suppose it's a way to get your foot in the door.
There is none. She's going to disappear in 5 chapters.
Amazing. I love it. I don't have a strong opinion on the point of views, but it will probably veer towards having the main chapters be in John's view. I hope the next chapter doesn't take too long. Motherfucker, he's updated 4 chapters in the span of like a month.
2 months. But yeah, so the funniest thing is, right, to make the AI write a POV, you just have to like go into like the actual thing and just write character name POV, and it just goes. I don't even have
Amazing.
to think twice.
This
Technology.
shit is fire. Keep cooking. Oh yeah, post some of those DMs from Sky Sage or Sly
Yeah, that's
Sage.
the guy. Hold up.
Great chapter. I'm excited. Is it possible for the end author's note that you could like list the
he's the guy
stat
who asked
sheets?
for the stat sheet.
I really want to see a thirsty winner go after John.
Sure.
Let's see. Blah blah blah. I ship John and winner. The ending
have
did
spoken
not feel
twice.
rush.
They
I feel
have-
like your pacing has only gotten better.
I will say this. The more chapters that go into the lore tab of Novel AI,
The better it's.
the better it's.
Right.
Like, the story is, except for the fuck ups it does, the story does make more sense the further we are getting into it.
Right, right. No, makes sense. Makes sense. Let's see. Then I feel like your pacing's gotten better. Additionally, the way you sprinkle in lore regarding John's upbringing and the life of a huntsman was well done.
Oh yeah, dude, the wildest thing, right? So the AI,
Just like randomly invents
the
lore.
AI ended up giving John 3 mothers
Oh,
in 3 different parts. So I made up canon. John now has 3 moms.
Yeah, his dad has a harem. Okay.
He's just got 3 moms.
that's great.
It wasn't even till like I think the last chapter that it was revealed that he was born to the youngest mom, the same one that Saffron, the one that's actually like shown, like that sister that's canon, was born to.
Goddamn, Sly Sage is posting.
Oh yeah, like he came one day and just like reviewed all of them.
I like the character building in this chapter.
My favorite is that he will post a review that hey, chapter dropped, and then he'll come back after reading the chapter for somehow he takes 30 minutes to do that, and then write another review. Sometimes, like for the latest chapter, he did that.
I hate that shit. It's like fucking Jason Wu.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just like look, okay, like the fact of the matter is that the AI
Mhm.
is regurgitating a. I mean, I looked at some of the chapter 1. It's mediocre, right? You know, mediocre as in the real definition of mediocre, which is passable.
It's like milk toast writing. Like,
Right. Yeah.
There's nothing about it.
Yeah. And like the fact of it is that this is better than half the shit we see on this stream, just without even like fucking needing to compare it.
I feel that if I take a really shitty like those people who go like fanfic for adoption.
Right.
My other idea is I'll take one of these shitty ass fanfics and I put it through the fucking ringer in the AI.
What you need to do is you need to create a Patreon account. And you need to create an account called the Fanfic Resurrectinator. And all you do is find abandoned stories and run it through Novel AI and have it generate the next chapter. And just keep generating the next chapter and say, hey guys, if you really like my support, my efforts in resurrecting all of these stories, then feel free to donate to me on Patreon.
Bro. Man, I don't know. I do not know how to start with that. But what I'll do instead is I'll make the account for Fanfic Research Sucker, and I'll try to see if I can reach out to some authors regarding resurrecting their works. And it's gonna be the shittiest fucking authors in the world.
Just go on to fanfiction.net and type abandoned into the search for stories. And just start
Oh yeah, another really cool thing was I reactivated my beta account, so yes, I am available again on the market as a beta. And the first person who messaged me sent me I'll just like put it in the chat.
Yeah. Oh God.
I was as polite as I could be because this looks like an autistic like aunt.
Oh, we I think we've done this person before. Yeah.
Landing, and I need your help, Katie. What the fuck do you mean, Katie?
No, I think we looked up this person before, and they have a bunch of fucking stories favorited for this one really weird children's show.
Written 68. They've written 68 stories. I have no idea how.
Yeah. No. We definitely looked up this person before. Yeah, they're all fucking this one children's show or crossovers with the children's show, and they're always about the author.
Yeah.
How are we suffering today?
I got a
Suffering.
big glug
Big glug
that I filled myself.
with alcohol?
Possibly.
Amazing.
Possibly a monster. Who knows?
A mixture of both.
You make the thing I posted?
Possibly.
Wait, did you make that in gastrointestinal flashbang that got posted?
I would never drink a beer.
No, I did. I drank 2 beers today. It was bad.
No,
Vodka,
it was
however.
Monster mixed with Guinness.
My friend left these 2 IPAs here, and I don't care if the word Indian is in there. We don't take that shit. We don't accept that shit in our country anymore.
Bro, IPAs suck.
Yeah.
I have never had a good IPA. To be
I've
frank,
never had an IPA in India before this, even though the fucking it's literally got the name in it.
yeah, a lot. It's dog shit. First off,
Steve, that's why you gotta drink a fucking VB long neck at 8 a.m. in the morning.
yeah, okay, Aussie. Aussie, oi!
He's the most violently Aussie guy I know, and I know Aussie people.
Well, you know, he is Australian, so he does do that thing.
10 a.m. There's a pub open somewhere. Time for a drink.
Well, Kaz, did you see our discussion about? Oh, that's right. No, you're not in that server.
No. But hey, if it sounds interesting, if
So
you think I'd fit in, I'll take a link.
great Ruby idea.
Oh no.
So the idea was in case anyone wants the veil uncovered about the B team, about John's team. The joke is that everyone on the team is gender swapped. John is Joan of Arc, Ren is Mulan,
Heroes.
Yes.
Kira is Achilles, and Nora is Thor.
Yes.
So, someone, I don't know how we even got started on it, but someone proposed a Ruby story where, it was Infant, right. It was Infant who wanted to write an evil self-insert into Ruby, and he said, do I write John out of the story, or I kill John off? Do I make him female? And I said, obviously Joan, but you have to go full on with the joke. Make Ren Mulan as well, but both Joan and Mulan have to still pretend to be guys, and they have to trap the audience into thinking they're guys, but make it obvious that they're not guys, but only one of them.
Do you know how many trans supporters he would get on that story?
We know. I mean, fucking what happened with the Naruto story. And then he has to, in multiple scenes, he has to have Mulan and Joan have manly competitions where they both don't know the other one's a girl, so they keep trying to be manly so they're least suspicious, and the other one has to top them because they're like, if I don't act as manly as them, then they'll think I'm the girl. But meanwhile, Nora, who's actually just Thor this time, like sex swapped back to Thor, knows, both of them are not actually men. And Pyrrha,
be fair,
who's Greek,
going-
is like, I don't understand the difference.
To
We're
be
all
fair,
warriors here.
Basically,
with
Team
the
Dad
legends
here.
of Thor, Nora's probably showing up there still wearing a dress.
I mean, well, no, Thor only wore a dress once, and
You
that was to
better
steal his
name
hammer
the
back.
story "The Legend of the Penis."
What? Oh.
Like the Legend of the
Wait.
Penis.
Wait, Joan of Arc, even as a female, Joan is cursed to be an eternal virgin, huh?
Yeah. Anyway, and but what brought this on was the whole point is that I was saying that Thor needs to use their semblance more because they fucking they shafted Nora, and not even in a good
100%.
way that would get views. They shafted Nora because they're like, oh yeah, her semblance is that she gains super strength and super agility whenever she's hit by lightning.
And there's
super
electricity
speed.
dust right there.
Yeah, there's electricity. There's a fucking taser. Just buy a goddamn taser. Just be like, fucking time to kill you. But it's
If I
just like,
remember correctly, it didn't even matter.
Motherfucking Flash.
If I
yeah,
remember correctly, it didn't even matter how much, like,
No.
what she absorbed, as long as she absorbed electricity.
yeah, it literally. And so I was just like, what you need to do is whenever Thor gets serious, he needs to, instead of drink, he needs to take a electricity dust and just smash it on his forehead like a beer can. And be like, all right, time to get serious. Smash.
What does that do? You just shocked yourself. Did I?
It's just like lightning mode on.
100%, both male Nora and just canon Nora figured out their semblance because they stuck their tongue into an electric socket.
Oh,
all four.
obviously.
No doubt.
What happens when I do this?
I'm stronger!
I'm faster. Yeah, no,
I
literally,
can
yeah,
taste colors.
literally that. He fucking, chugs one with one hand and smashes the electricity on his forehead with the other. And he's like, all right, time to fuck you up.
Oh, that would go so well with the drug dealer Jean Arc we made up
Oh.
of just
Crystal
smashed up
dust.
dust snorted. Oh.
Yeah,
Hey,
Laura
John,
said
I
he
was
should
in a
just
big-
eat it. Yeah,
John,
that's
I
his
was in a
lame.
big fight. I need more dust. What purity?
This is pure, uncut, used dust.
May have been licked by Nora once or twice.
But yeah, so anyway, we're covering Cruel's story here, where he wrote it entirely with AI, and we're looking at the reviews, and the reviews are like, this is the best gamer story I have ever encountered. And the AI has no fucking idea what it's doing, really.
It's given John 3 months. It has given him
Wait.
40 levels on chapter. It gave him 40 levels on chapter 1. He's practically so strong that I have to just write like 4 or 5 lines inventing a superhuman enemy. And after he kills the set of superhuman enemy, I wonder how long I can escalate before he literally blots out the sun.
Wait, what thing is this called?
It's called
Your one?
Empyrean. Yeah, let me post it.
Imperium.
Yeah,
Empyrean.
I'll
Just
post it in
named
the
after
chat.
like fucking Skyrat mage.
I'm gonna put it in your story,
I've
Rex.
actually seen that come up in
Imperium.
my feed.
I did. Yeah. I've been recently uploading, so that's why.
Did you post it to QQ as well?
What?
Did you
Did you put
post
it
it
to
to
QQ?
QQ as well?
No, I didn't.
Okay, because
I
there's
don't
a
have a
story
QQ
on
account.
QQ with the same name.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that one. And no, it has nothing to do with this one.
No, the name is generic, dude. Don't
Yeah,
worry
the
about
name's
it.
very
Again,
generic.
I got it. I literally got it from Skyrat Mage because I saw an image of him on the Arcana thing for Dota on Steam.
By the way, have you played since then? By the way,
Nope, dude. The last game I played
fucking
was with you
dude,
guys. and
Venge's
that finally put
Arcana
me
makes
over.
it impossible to remember who you're fighting.
Bruh. I'll be honest, I've not played a single game after you guys because that pushed me over the edge.
That's completely fair. But yeah, no, Venge's Arcana makes her look like Skywrath Mage, so you're like, haha, I'm about to fuck this guy up. And then he stuns you, and you're like, oh, fuck.
Oh shit.
Ah, shit. Yeah. Really good chapter. I think the pacing is good, and I quite like the character growth. Okay.
By which
Wait.
they mean power leveling.
I just realized your
It's like
favorite
removed.
author has Aura, and he's got a poll based on his fic that he deleted.
Yeah, yeah.
Still on his profile.
Like, of course, like I follow all my homies.
Mm.
Oh god. As this story progresses, I think you have less of these instances because each arc would be longer and not condensed.
Little do they know the story is only gonna last like 18 chapters. Till John becomes a fucking god or
No,
something.
no, bro. What you have to do after that, just make him go to other worlds.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
keep
yeah,
going.
turn it-
Just keep
turn it
extending.
Turn it into a multi-cross with John going to other
Oh my
worlds.
god.
Yeah.
Yeah, DXD
Yeah.
version next.
He's gotta go to
No,
DXD
like,
next.
no. This story is a proof of concept, and I put it in like Ruby because it's the fucking shittiest fandom I know.
Mm.
After this, I'm gonna create like an actually like something that's put effort into, but still AI. For some
Oh
other
yeah.
fucking
By the way,
fandom.
Kaz, this story
Mhm.
has 230 favorites, and it's only
Amazing.
got 4 chapters, and he's only been updating it for 2 months.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's just like, are you fucking kidding me?
And
by the
no
way,
one can tell it's AI, can
I
they?
know. No one
and that's funny,
knows.
the only thing they've come see the biggest way to make them believe it's on AI is to like actually write your author's notes.
Great. This story is so great. I'm confused why more people don't read this.
Because it's fucking AI.
Because it's fucking dog shit.
Yeah. No one actually in the review says anything about AI or anything, and then there's just one guy, the very first review, shit, maybe editing drunk is the way to go if it provides good writing like this. Your very
But
first
first-
review on this fucking story.
But like,
Because at the end of the first, like literally the end at the also by the way, you notice like all the lines are like similar length.
Mm-hmm.
That was before I realized that the AI has like a thing where you can set like what the max like it has like
Oh.
a variance of characters per line.
yeah.
So yeah, after that I just uncapped it, so it's kind of gone.
And so it just starts cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Citron of what the fuck is this?
Yeah, but no, like, this is so generically awful, I'm not even gonna lie. It's just like,
Yeah,
he
don't-
didn't want to
don't even
die.
bother with
The
it.
pinions of Giant Nevermore plunged into the earth next to him, and he ran. He'd been running for what seemed like an eternity, after all. When his family refused to teach him, he didn't reason with them. He ran. When he couldn't hack it at Beacon, he didn't face the challenge. He ran. When his transcripts were revealed to the world, he didn't fight back. He ran. If he was ever good at one thing, it was running. Just
It is
like,
the most milquetoast fucking thing ever
it
written by
is
man.
so generic.
And my favorite thing is like every single time he just develops abilities. That's like there's a whole part in chapter 3 where he's developed and used abilities that in chapter 4 he does not have.
Amazing. No, you just gotta keep going with it. You just gotta let the AI cook. Just be like, yeah, you know what? He's got a new skill called Short Stepper. What does it do?
Oh, who
I
knows?
don't know,
already
makes him run
He already
faster.
has blink. He has blink.
Wait, you've got to slowly, over time, just start changing the words till it becomes Ryuji's the games we play. Just over time, it slowly becomes that
Put
story.
a bunch of
Partway through the
chapters from
chapter.
Ryuji's into the lore.
Oh my god, just put the entirety of it.
Yep.
Can you really put a
It just-
million words into the
Jesus.
lore?
See,
No,
I don't
it's just
think-
bits
like-
and pieces of
I
it.
don't-
Just bits and
let me
pieces
just
slowly
check.
until it starts posting the whole story.
Like let me just check actually. No.
Is there a max word count on the lore?
No, like you can add documents to it, so I assume not.
John sounds more
Hmm.
like Blake. Actually, it's both of them. Jin, it's both.
Yeah, no. To be fair, John running from everything and Blake running from everything is both very canon.
Also, by the way, the original pages that are in the lore are just the like the fucking wiki.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Listen, even with the wikis, there was a point where Goliath took flight, so I do not know.
Goliath started flying.
Listen,
nice.
just because
Yeah.
that's
So
no,
straight up,
that
like, yeah. So the lore book just allows you to make an infinite amount of entries.
Oh, nice, nice.
There's no limit to it.
no,
So I could
Rowan,
technically add
that's just Salem after she watches Dumbo, she decided to make these new Goliaths.
The
They fly with
Goliath
their
just
ears.
started fucking flying.
Fair.
They fly with their ears.
Actually, I had one do that, so I can't complain.
Fuck you did, son.
And then like this Goliath had like even attacking like a Nevermore and everything.
Yeah, you know, like this grim B-52 bomber.
It's the Goliath edition.
Instead of bomb payloads, it just dropped more grim.
See, so my favorite thing is so you know, like nobody's complaining the pacing and shit like that. I had literally asked the question: is the pacing okay? Because in chapter 2 of this
Yeah.
fic, John's killing fucking Griffin. Oh, those are Sphinxes.
Oh.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean...
So when does he suplex 100 Nuka-Larvies?
He's currently he's already fought through a horde of Megaliath, including Goliaths in them, by using an ability he doesn't actually have. And I've not
Amazing.
given him.
It's even better.
And no one's realized that
And no one's
No.
realized it. Fantastic.
He got a spell in the last one, right? Because for 3 chapters he didn't use his mana bar.
Imagine, Cruel, you're
He
posting
has
all this.
He has still not used his stamina bar. He has a stamina bar, by the way. He's not used
Cruel. Cruel. You post all this with AI only for the final chapter to come out and everyone reviews. Sorry, I was posting my reviews with AI.
it. Oh my god.
Woo!
This is the future.
Well, you're right. Yeah, he does just get fucking blink immediately. Goddamn.
Yep. Blink and he gets critical strike, which makes no sense as an ability.
Yeah. To be fair,
Also, he
Blink
gets
is
some
an awesome
sword
fucking
that
ability.
does like a shit bucket of damage.
And it gives him like gives him 40 levels worth of stats.
Wait,
Yeah.
the fucking just gets
Oh, by the
immediate
way-
armor that gives him a 30%
and by the
DR
way-
rating?
By the way, it gets worse because he's not dropped a single thing of any grim after this.
He's not what?
He's not gotten
Yeah.
a single drop from
He got-
any Grim
he
after
got,
this.
he got drops in the beginning and then no drops at all since then.
Amazing.
Listen, this is just the Dark Wolf Shiro. Like, you're gonna have to start a new story because he's gonna get too strong.
Oh my god.
Their idea is to send it to other universes.
This is so
Oh.
fucking wild.
It's great.
It is legitimately the worst thing I have ever quotation marks
Posted.
written. Yeah.
Posted.
No, that will not do. I posted worse shit. But yeah, like in recent history, I have
we
not
did.
written anything worse.
You know what, Cruel?
Mhm.
We should make the AI right. Sweet little
We are.
lies.
Sweet little. Oh.
We need to make the AI write that story. And to do it right, you need to fill the lore box with the entirety of the Skyrim wiki, the Ruby wiki, and the Metal Gear wiki.
Oh God!
Dude, we should write we should just fill
No,
the AI with like fucking
And-
script of
Wait,
like
no
every single
Cyberpunk?
side
No,
every
no,
single
no.
Seinfeld movie we should take and just fill the AI box with that and make it write 2-step goodbye.
That too, yeah. Also, and then once the wikis get put into Sweet Little Lies, what we need to do is we need to make ChatGPT invent the bosses and then write their
Oh
lore
my
pages, and then we put that into the novel AI.
Chat GPT gives the prompts. Not when fuck no, normal AI doesn't use prompts. It's not based on that.
Right.
But yeah,
No, I mean, like, have you ever generated anything with ChatGPT?
again the only like the first fucking story I like wrote with AI. I just put it in there and you're like, what the trash is this?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. But no, like, generating like items. Like, this is actually something I've been doing recently with D&D, is generating items with ChatGPT, because even the 3.5 version is pretty fucking good at it. And like, we'll open this here. ChatGPT. Chat GPT, how can I help you today? Generate a boss character, a boss monster that combines Skyrim and Metal Gear and Ruby characteristics.
It's a giant dust-fueled mecha in the Skyrim Dwemer style.
Then generate lore and abilities for it. Let's see if this works.
Honestly, if this,
Yo, bro, let's go!
bro, I'm gonna be real though. If this,
They just
Bruh.
fucking did it. They even made a strategy to kill it.
I love how good this is because if I just take this and if I put it into normal AI, it'll make the story around that.
I know, it's great. It's just like straight up, just like this is the draconic cyborg Grim.
God.
Created.
Is it a weapon to surpass Metal Gear?
It's a weapon that surpasses Metal Gear. It's got dragonfire cannons with plasma. It's got a
Honestly, like-
shadow cloak that cloaks itself in
think-
shadow. A Thuum shockwave machine. It regenerates. It has metal scales. It can blink, and it unleashes a sonic roar.
Understandable.
And it has a full-on strategy. So, like, if you really were serious about it, you buy the Chat GPT 4 subscription and have it just punch something out.
I mean, I buy the novel AI subscription because I actually get use of it at work as well. But yeah,
Yeah.
like I have legitimately, like, so we had content designers, right? But I kind of made work pay for our fucking novel AI thing after I bought my
Amazing.
own, because it just removed the use of content designers completely.
Nice.
I mean, you know, a
We,
lot.
I mean, we didn't fire them. We've been slowly working on converting them into game designers so we get more tuners.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is it's just like AI, as mediocre as it is, as long as it has someone there to regulate it and to guide it.
It'll write better than most authors.
Well, no.
No, like the major thing, like if you read Empyrean, right, like the fucking stupid story, because of course I had to read it every single chapter.
It
to
streamlines
actually
a lot.
understand. Like it's not like it's not a bad story. It's just by what we can write, it is just not up to that level.
Yeah.
For all the garbage I've read on the site, it's probably up in like the fucking 90 percentile or above.
It would put Sign out of a job.
No, it wouldn't.
The other thing with novel AI is, right, you give it prompts, you start writing, and the amount of times you have to make it backtrack because it's heading into porn is wild. I don't know if that's just a like side effect of it being a Ruby fic, but like every single conversation he's had with Winter
Yeah.
the AI has at least tried to veer into porn.
Nice.
Really?
You know what? You're right, Jin.
They're having like a heart-to-heart conversation. 5 seconds later, they're undressing each other.
You're right, Jin. You know,
Nice.
Sign would to compete with the AI. Sign would have to write.
Wait, their sign stopped writing?
No, he's commissioned to
I'm
just,
glad I
what,
got
how many
back in time for sign something. All right, what's going on? What are we making
How
fun of
many-
this time?
It's a very common thing for people to join this chat as authors and just stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sign, how many children is it now? 10 commissioned babies?
I
No,
think-
no. He actually aborted one. He finally posted the next chapter of Sono Waifu Doll.
I'll have the next one, and that'll be finished Monday.
Okay, so sign, listen. If you want to outsource some work, Novel AI is free to use for the first, I don't know, like 10,000 units or something. Then you can just use a VPN to just swap and continue it again.
You know it's coincidental that I'm also stealing poses from AI? You're not stealing.
Well, okay.
No. You're not stealing. Look, you are repurposing public work.
If
That's not
anything, you're
stealing.
stealing what was already stolen.
Exactly.
You're re-stealing the steal.
Yeah, you're
You're
re-stealing.
reclaiming
So-
what was stolen. Like,
Exactly.
Oh, so Tension is the British Museum.
Yes.
Okay, so
well,
I
I
actually have an AI installed locally that I want to get to use, but I haven't had the time to play with it.
yeah,
Oh,
also,
is that the
British Museum be the AI in this
Yes.
scenario?
Well,
does
no,
anyone steal a pack from them?
the British Museum doesn't invent new artifacts. It just steals them from everyone else.
Yeah, it
That's
steals
what
them
the
from
AI
everyone
does
else.
as well. It doesn't really invent new stuff. It
What are you talking
throws a
about?
bunch of
AI
shit
can
together.
create a pig
God.
with 3 penises in it.
Did you put Imperial in fucking science chat and story?
Yeah, I did.
As a fic wreck or story
Like a-
wreck?
Do not,
You
do
know,
not fucking-
there's something.
Don't tell them it's written by AI. Let's see.
Yeah.
how
Don't
people
tell them. Yeah, don't tell them. There is
Will anyone
something
realize?
very interesting about me typing in cost of ChatGPT 4 and the AI generating the cost of ChatGPT 4 for me.
Out of CPT4.
Yeah, I fixed it. It still generated it. The cost of ChatGPT 4.
I fucking remember,
Um,
like, I had Googled something like
Ugh.
some guy who's basically a meme in basketball circles, and it legitimately gave him the same like record as like fucking LeBron or some shit. I was like, sure.
ChatGPT 4 is $20 a month.
Yeah. So is I think Novel AI's Opus is like more expensive.
You can get it for businesses.
Yeah. And I pay for my own because I don't want fucking work getting my actual like stuff that I write and shit like that.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it makes
Oh, yeah,
sense.
so
Yeah,
there you go. The Opus version of this is $25.
yeah, I mean, $20 a month is a lot. Unless you're fucking actually making $20 a month off of writing.
I'm making nothing off this, but honestly, if this continues growing, I'm gonna start charging.
But you're also getting paid hand over fist at your current job, and you also live in
That is
an
very
area
true.
where that money goes a lot farther, so.
Yeah, that is very true.
I'm talking about for me, like $20 for me, that's a lot, that's a big ask.
I mean, if you want to write something stupid, like I can kind of like fork it over for you. I mean, I already subbed to you, anyways. It's just like it's taking it much further. How many months is it? 43 months. Of
Yeah,
sub or
something like that, yeah. It was like 46 or something like that, yeah.
I just like kind of leave it subbed and like I fucking forget.
Browsing, create GPTs, access to DALL-E, browsing advanced data. Okay, cool. Higher message caps on GPT-4 for team. What does that mean?
Means it makes bigger messages.
No, it allows you to put in more messages because the thing is, the AI is better the shorter the text
Yeah,
it
I know,
generates.
yeah. I will say I do appreciate team data will be excluded from AI training. I do appreciate
Oh.
that, yeah.
Mm.
Because it's just like, you know... What the fuck? Been complete.
Yeah, please don't steal my
Beyond-
corporate data, guys.
Oh. That was... Jesus Christ.
Something.
I'm actually gonna put all of Sign's works into
Oh.
Novel
Oh,
AI
no.
as lore, and then I'm gonna have it write a final showdown story in which all of Sign's characters have to fight each other.
Oh no.
You don't even have to put that much. You just
I-
put like a description of the character itself, and just in the memory for the thing, you just write, "This is a battle royale" or something like that, and just keep generating.
How much you want to bet the signal to noise MC is going to somehow get cucked in the lore again?
That would be so fucking funny.
My favorite thing is like you can make like a preset that's like super random. Like there's already a couple of good ones. There's one called like Asper, which just keeps throwing twists, right? put the token probabilities as high as you humanly can,
Yeah.
for like any kind of like randomization you can get, and just put like in memory, just put this is a battle royale story. Just put like who's gonna win if you want to, and it'll generate for you.
This is the final showdown.
Mm-hmm. You can even put like, oh god.
Only one will survive and wonder who it will be.
Honestly, though, like if I get good enough with the AI, I will be writing like a much longer story with it. Probably
Right,
for
no, I
DxD,
get
because
you,
that's
yeah.
the other place where you get dumb readers.
Claire wins only to get cucked from the victory by Art, who pulls some really fucky shit from Fen Merlin.
I keep forgetting
Yeah.
that there's a ton of psychopaths in this chat.
Serum makes 8.5k a month on Patreon. What the fuck?
What the? Who is Serum and what the fuck do they make?
Yeah, what the fuck? Hell difficulty tutorial.
Wow, most popular is level
my-
3 for $10 a month.
Wait! Dude, this is a fucking copy of a manhwa!
Bro, this dude has
What do you-
only 1,700 members, and he is.
This is a copy of a manhwa!
Wait, is this dude seriously jacking a manhwa and charging?
Yeah, hold
I'm
up,
not even mad. You know what? I'm not even mad. Mad respect.
And
Yeah.
the manhwa has the manhwa has a light novel. That is much further ahead than like 100 something chapters.
I'm mad that people are paying.
The only
for it,
thing
but
this woman has
he's
added, or
getting
this man
away
has
with
added,
it. Like,
because this has to be a fucking woman. Like this is like the
That's-
ultimate copy bullshit.
That mad respect.
Respect on the scam
Yeah,
though.
there
Respect
you
go,
on the
like-
scheme.
Gotta
This is-
respect the
Like,
scam.
there you go. There's the fucking manhwa.
Read the
light novel, like,
tutorial too
600
hard.
The fucking the light novel is like 600 chapters and it's actually good and based like legitimately based
But no,
I'll tell you why.
look at this here, right? 1,700 members, right? 8,500 a month. Okay. So he is earning like
$16.50 a month for level 3 membership.
yeah, it's just like I can't do fucking
Then
math
why
right
am I
now.
writing her? She just
This
I
man
just
is
write a wild
making-
road.
This man's making 13k Australian dollars a month.
Wow, that's some funny money.
Alright, time for me to make a raw load account and start writing
He's
AI.
making
Yes,
an average of
$12,190.
$5 a month. Jesus, he's making $5 a month per person on average. But the most popular version is the $10 a month, which is 40 chapters in advance.
Jesus.
Are you fucking shitting me?
And how long were the chapters again?
Each
They're the exact same as
chapter-
that manhwa, I think. They're just that manhwa.
My god, let me just I'm gonna have to go through this a little bit. Does this person start talking to people in other parts
Oh
of the
my
tutorial?
god, on May
Dude,
14th.
Every
Guys-
chapter no, this is like every chapter is like 2,000 fucking words or less.
Yeah.
Starting from May 14th, they're gonna publish on Amazon Book
Yep.
1.
Yep.
They're gonna post their
Oh.
copyrighted fucking work
Oh,
onto Amazon where
Yep.
people can find it.
you know,
And this
I
like
I'm
I can't get
thinking-
over the fact that this person is just copying a manhwa.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that
The
some
manhwa isn't even a very good one.
That's
Oh.
probably why they're
They're
copying it.
destroying the.
that's probably
just-
why.
Oh,
Yeah.
what the hell? We are having current technical difficulties in the stream.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it's because I pressed a bunch of buttons.
Oh, I haven't seen that in a
Bunch
I
of
forgot you
buttons.
misspelled
Yeah.
currently in that page.
Wait, did I really? Wait, hold up, no way.
Yeah, you did.
Oh wow, I
Really?
do correctly.
Really bad too.
Yeah, currently. Currently. Ugh.
Oh, we haven't seen that in so
Yeah.
long.
Well, we haven't had technical difficulties in a while.
The technical difficulties all happen off screen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny
This
as
person,
fuck.
they're ruining their own scam. Why?
Yeah, by taking it to Amazon, it's like, bro, I'm sorry to tell you, but there's gonna be some well-meaning spirit that's like, hey guys, he's stealing this from another author. Here's
Yeah,
the
and
link.
Yeah.
or there's going to be an artist who's really into the original Manhwa and light novel who's
Right,
going to make a
yeah.
big fuss about it.
That's a base reason. South Korean guy had a decent idea, but naturally fucked it up due to
I'm
tropes. I'm gonna write
99%
it better.
sure.
Yeah,
I'm 99% sure the Korean guy wrote it better. I will
probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
put
read both to
money on
see.
that.
Yeah, I'm not
The
gonna
thing
read
is,
both, but
I'm
yeah.
not. Yeah, I'm not giving
Honestly-
money to see, but I'm kind of worried that it's not even a rewrite. They're just posting the
No,
exact same
they
thing.
added a corgi into it, dude. It's fine. Don't worry.
Ah,
In the original, it's actually
they've
like-
radically changed it. Don't
Like, no,
worry.
like
that's a large.
the original is legitimately like. I mean, I don't like it because it moves really slow, but
Mhm.
it's good. Like the entire part of like the mentality of this guy, because
Well-
he's trying to get other people to move up in the extreme difficulty, right?
Right,
But they all die following him, and it's because of something he did.
Mm.
right.
And like it's like the way it like changes his mental as well as like how he deals with other people, like how people try to make like communities and shit like that, and all goes haywire. It's no.
What the fuck?
Man
the
made
engulfing-
God 001.
Yeah.
by
Wait, is this
Brandon Marnell.
engulfing silence?
Yeah, that's engulfing silence. Yeah, Brandon Marnell.
Bruh.
Wow.
Isn't he
He's not
dog
bully-
shit?
Dude,
Yeah.
this guy was like, he was friends with me on Facebook after we fucking talked about fanfiction.
Yeah, wait, wasn't
Amazing.
the engulfing silence the one that fucking makes that Golden Devil Naruto crossover where
Yeah.
Kakabi will secretly
Yeah,
join Naruto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my introduction to
He
DxD.
was
Goddamn.
he was one of the old
Walmart.
OG fucking.
He's on Walmart.
Yeah.
He's on
Yeah, no, like,
shelves in
He
Walmart.
made he
Oh.
made it. The guy is
Bruh.
absolutely like just writing trash and making lots of money.
Yeah, he is making
Wow.
so much money.
Man, he was my introduction to DxD.
His stories
I
are
stayed
so
in the
fucking
Naruto.
bad.
I'm telling you,
I dropped it, but then I went to the rest of DxD and I was like, I need to know what these characters are like to see how bad he fucked it up, because I don't even know DxD, but I can tell he's fucking them up.
Literally, that is how I also found DxD, is through engulfing silence.
that's how I found that through
Mm.
engulfing silence. How I found Sekiro.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I don't know.
No, mine was fucking Gabriel Blessing. That's how I.
But Game of
found
Thrones is
Sekiro.
actually good.
He's great.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
pretty good.
but then all the copycats came out and I got sick
Yeah,
of
like,
that. So I haven't
legitimately-
read him.
But I think like
you,
I
you
can't
know
remember
what I
correctly.
could do with my one complaint with Gabriel Blessing? The one thing I could appreciate him not doing anymore is fucking ending his stories with the title of the story of like,
Yeah,
oh
yeah.
man, I guess he
Oh,
really
fuck.
is on a hill of swords. And it's
Yeah.
like, can you
No,
fucking
no.
not?
I'm going to talk about the death of sword, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a full story in one chapter.
In
That's the
flight,
only
didn't in
good
flight
thing
end
about
the
it.
same way? I guess
Yeah.
they really are now in flight.
In flight.
Yeah, you literally ended the story
Bro,
with, and
bro.
now they really are in flight. And it's like, can you fucking not?
I'm gonna
You know what?
do this.
I would if they wrote if there was an author who never did that and then wrote like hundreds of chapters with a huge fan base and then ended it like that, I would actually respect them for that.
You have to end
Just-
it with a lost meme, then. Just
Yeah.
like it has to be the worst pun imaginable plus lost meme.
I'm gonna be ending this one. Guess he truly did become Empyrean, and it's both a loss.
No, what you have to do, he was the Empyrean after all.
Yeah. To think I have become the Imperium once and for all.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, so what we got here is we got a romance mystery story called The Temptation. It's 60 chapters, has
Female author.
285,000 words, and it has been
I
updating
said fiction.
for 1 year. It has
Female author.
1,000 favorites. You have to beat this man, Cruel.
I'll beat that in 10 chapters, but
Desire
Come on,
fiction.
you-
This is
you
100%.
Yeah,
Female
I know,
author.
this author is called Desire Fiction. You know, maybe
100%. They have
I
to
don't-
have some
wait,
Harry
isn't
Potter
it-
fics as well.
is it
after
is that a word?
Yes, it's Desire.
Erised is backwards Desire from the Mirror
Yeah,
of
but
Eris
Erised
in Harry
is-
Potter.
It's a Harry Potter fic, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
After a mission gone wrong, John Ark has amnesia. It's a fucking female author. Like, oh my
And he
god.
starts having steamy encounters after getting amnesia from hitting his head in a Schnee dust mine.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. So after he gets amnesia, he starts like having sex with a whole bunch of women. Yeah, this is female author.
Well, I mean, it could be a case of he was with someone but doesn't remember, so women are trying to jump on his D. Because it's like the case of where if you go out wearing a wedding ring, females will get no attention and males will get almost double.
Yeah. It is wild. So, you know, like how like people say that like the average amount of like pretty women to like hot men is really bad.
Yeah.
Take the sample size before 35 and after 35. You'll see the swing.
Oh, I know.
Mm-hmm. We know.
We know. We all know. Yeah, let's see here. No, they've only ever written Ruby stories, but you know they are a Harry Potter fan and possibly a female author because not only do they have a Patreon, but they post the archive of our own. So, we of course have to pull them up. Let's see. We got a link tree. All right, link tree. All right, bring us to your Patreon. Ah, no, a Weiss profile picture. Interesting.
473 paid members.
Hey,
2001.
hey, sign. Hey, sign. Hey, sign.
Yeah.
This
How do you
person's
even get
earning $2,000 a month.
How do you even get started with this? I'm gonna fucking, you know what?
You just
The
start
moment-
posting.
The moment fucking I mean, I should have done this when I still had Medem Site because it was fucking 8K bullshit.
Bro, next chapter, just make a Patreon. Next chapter, post it in the top author's note because everyone reads those. And then just go about your business. Just remind everyone every single
no.
chapter.
Can't scratch that. Ignore Sneaky. Not a Patreon. Use a subscribe store. Patreon will ban you for posting porn or anything. It
I don't make
considers
porn.
adult.
I don't write porn.
But
Considers adult.
But he's not writing that either.
I don't write any porn. Like literally none of my stories have had anything even remotely sexual in them.
Yeah. Unlike you, he doesn't do that.
I legitimately do not do that. Oh yeah, fucking gonna make like an AI software that's actually based. Oh, my job laid me off. Fuck, dude, I have the perfect material too. I work in games.
You do?
And the layoffs just happened.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. I think I'll start doing it once like the story starts passing like 500, then that makes sense.
Yeah, that's pretty good, yeah.
So around that time is when I'll be starting my second story, which will be either if I get very good with the AI, it will be a secondary AI written story, or just like write an actual story, which will probably be less popular than this.
Probably.
Probably it's an OC story.
But yeah, $2,000 a month from this person. God damn. Patrons will have early access to my chapters. You will also get to vote. Okay? You will also get a vote. Wow, wait.
Advanced chapters for
Wait, so you
specified
just-
secondary story.
You just wait, early access to my chat. Wait, so the only difference between the $2 fan and the bigger fan is you get a vote as the bigger fan, and the only difference between cultured fan, the $10, and bigger fan is nothing. And
Advanced drafts or proof of story concept for stories.
concept of stories, okay. And then true fan, which is $20.
Is the exact same as cultured. I
Is the
think.
exact same
There's
as
no
cultured,
difference.
yeah. There's no difference there. And then Ultra Fan is the exact same thing as well. You just pay more money. And then
Yeah.
Giga Fan which is
There's more?
$60. Don't worry,
Oh,
no
no,
one's
okay, no,
purchased
no,
this
then
one.
One off
was
personal
limited.
one shot up to 5,000 words long from any fandom of their choosing.
My god.
No one
it be
has
worth it?
purchased. No, $60? Fuck no. Just throw money at
Would it
sign.
be worth it to pay $60 to get them to write a 5,000 word long one shot on Euphoria the hentai?
No.
Do it.
An
Wait, no, that's an
insane-
American. I'm not
Wait,
spending more than that.
3 people bought this?
Oh my god. It's
$100
family
a
people.
month.
10 to
Family or
20,000 words long from any fandom of their choosing.
Oh, they're
that's
definitely
it.
requesting. They're definitely requesting like sign level stories at that point.
Who
Literally,
is?
literally,
They're asking. They're just asking
one-shots.
for a Vine chapter. That's it.
They're literally asking for a sign chapter.
Yeah.
Or
at that
Vimes
point, they're
enthusiast.
Or
literally
Vimes
just asking.
chapter, yeah. Well, it's 10 to 20,000 words long. Wait, 20,000. You can wait. Double sign, double value sign. I can get I
Yeah.
can get them to write twice as much as sign,
Yeah.
and apparently they'll actually back it up.
Mm.
Hey now.
No other words except for that. No
Now,
denial or
sign.
anything, huh?
You might be interested in seeing how they limit the amount of people who are allowed to pay them money for commissions. You know, just something to consider instead of
Yeah, like
taking-
even when artists take commissions, they take them by like
stop
there's, like,
taking
space
more.
slots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do batches.
yeah,
Or use novel.
yeah. Or,
Hey,
or just
Sign.
use novel AI and just
Hey,
shit it
Sign,
out.
whenever you stop taking commissions, or are you still doing so?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, he still is.
Story.
Ah, really? How weird. You think you'd kind of stop since you're struggling to raise your
God
own
damn.
Stop taking new commissions, damn it.
Wait. He steals stories to bro. What?
and character designs.
Oh, yeah, but it's a known
Isn't
thing.
the
Like,
right?
who's
Wait,
right?
isn't the right just Ravel? And the elf from Tensei, except it's got half white, half green,
Being no
Bruh.
silent.
and they've got wings,
Sophia, yeah.
and they've got white wings.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, Ravel from DXD and Sylphie are apparently in this dude's story, except he's like, oh, but they're different because I gave them wings.
And Sylphia
So-
has like half and half hair instead of just full white.
Hold
Bruh.
up. How did this guy go from like a pretty original but heavily inspired by Japanese media?
Fanfiction
Like,
author
poorly-
to a
no.
ripoff.
No, my first interaction with this guy's work was a $2 book called American Kitsune. It took inspiration. It made some
Oh.
like straight
Oh
callouts.
yeah,
Yeah,
I forgot
I
about
remember
that.
American
yeah.
Kitsune, which was absolute dog shit.
Mhm.
No, it wasn't absolute.
Probably the
dog
money.
shit, but
Probably the money.
hit-
Like, he's making it
hitting
fucking
tropes
big.
way too
Yeah,
hard.
he's making
Like,
a lot
but
of
how
money.
how did he go from making like relatively original stuff to that?
Well, he had to
went-
make
he
more
got
money.
popular. He was popular, and then he used up popularity to make money by following what's popular. Simple as that.
American Kitsune
What
is
is it?
also a ripoff. Okay, I gotta hear
What
this.
is okay? I need to. I
thought American Kitsune was a ripoff of American Dragon Jake Long.
I
except
thought
was
it no,
Kitsune.
no,
what?
not
So
even
Darcy
no,
Dragon
what,
Dick Long
no.
Am I thinking of something else?
You're
need-
absolutely thinking of
this
someone
needs to
else.
be
I'm pretty
explained.
sure it was a ripoff of Senko.
Maybe yeah.
Not even sure what Senko is.
Senko
It's the
is
White
Senko.
Fox
Yeah,
thing that
there.
yeah. Fox comes
Yeah,
up and
Fox
decides
is-
to be a homekeeper and wife.
yeah.
Still can't imagine that person making
Life.
you
900
feel
years
alive.
old. Don't worry, she's 900 years old. She's just flat.
Yeah, it's Sign's favorite character.
Yes.
Oh yeah, very sign court.
Oh, did you guys know?
Wait, no. Hang on a second.
Did you guys know that that story that I talked about wicked long ago about the story with the sister turning the brother into a young elementary school girl?
Mahito one, the one where she has keeps pissing herself.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry to tell you, American Kids. No, it's not a ripoff of Senko. It predates it by like 5 years, or 3 years.
The anime, but I
unfortunately.
don't know about the manga though.
It's a
Manga was
ripoff of
2017,
Naruto
dude.
fanfics, especially Genki Yuin. Oh, I remember Genki Yuin.
Yeah, that's the one.
Kyoin is.
Basically, it's a story. It is like the peak female Kyuubi story, where the Kyuubi ends up as this like ditzy blonde in love with Minato.
Fuck, I remember. Yeah, I remember that. That was a fucking 2011 fic, I think, or 2010.
No,
Yeah.
December 21st, 2008. Oh no.
Yeah.
Then
Oh, no.
maybe I was thinking, when was it last updated then?
This
'Cause I might be thinking
last
that.
updated 2015. I see.
Oh.
This was created during one of the many dark periods of
Yes.
Naruto fanfic.
Yeah.
In fact, I do not believe I've ever seen a light period. There
No.
have been no
Wait.
golden ages.
No, there has
Wait,
not.
no,
Right.
I think I remember now. Genki Yuin was because he originally used Arashi Kazama, but then when Minato's name got released, he went back and changed it all.
Yeah.
And people were like, what happened? Why are you calling him Minato now?
Yeah. But yeah, so that story with the piss fetish in it. Yeah, that's got an
Yeah.
anime now.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Also, the main character that got turned into a girl's plan was to groom all their elementary school classmates so they make good waifu harem for him in the
Yeah.
future when
Yes.
he becomes male again.
Yeah, except for the part where he then immediately forgets about
Yeah.
that plan, almost like a
And starts
chapter after he
regressing.
makes it, because he
And
just
starts regressing.
yeah, he starts
little
regressing into
girl.
an elementary school girl. So
That has no black.
the most disturbing part is that he's still trying to execute the plan of grooming them, but forgets like the higher thought process of doing so, and tries to do it in the most childish fashion possible.
Yep. And if I remember correctly, isn't the older sister that turned him into a girl trying to groom him to stay female for
Yes.
her?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just
Man,
grooming and piss
what the-
fetish. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just grooming
What
and
the
piss
fuck
fetish.
Are you like?
Yeah.
Like,
And this got an anime and got
Yeah.
actually kind of popular. People
Yeah.
liked it for some reason.
Yeah.
I am
Because
so
more
glad that I live in
representation.
India sometimes.
Seriously, if you want to watch degeneracy, just watch Gushing Over Magical Girls. It's better degeneracy.
It
I'm
honestly
okay.
is. But yeah, no,
So
like
this
so-
what happens when you don't touch a woman for years?
yes. So basically, to catch you up on it, so basically, it's this story about this like mad scientist little sister who's tired of her older brother being a NEET. You know, no income, no training, no job, no employment, whatever, right?
Not
and-
employed in education.
whatever,
or
I don't
training.
fucking care. So anyway, he is in his apartment room all day. He's got fucking piles of trash everywhere, and she's like, "I'm gonna make sure that you're not a NEET, and I'm gonna do this with my mad science." And what she does is she doses him with super estrogen, which for some reason de-ages him literally, and also turns him into a girl. And so this isn't like it's a 28-year-old guy in like a 7-year-old girl's body, as as it originally portrays itself as, which by the way is why she keeps pissing herself, is because her brain doesn't remember how to handle the muscles groups for that and whatever. But literally a 7-year-old girl, because he mentally starts regressing as the chapters go on into a 7-year-old girl. But
Yeah.
while
With his
he,
brain.
listening to
yeah, but while all of this is going on, between the piss fetishes and the syscon stuff, the main character hatches this plan of, I am going to groom my elementary school friends into becoming great waifu material for me,
And obsessed with me.
yeah, they're gonna be obsessed with me. They're gonna like all the things I like, and they're gonna do all of the chores that I don't like doing. And then he obviously starts regressing into a little girl himself, and still tries to implement the plan, but ultimately it sort of still works, but not quite
now that I think about it, like more than half the trans people I knew were closet groomers.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very weird. Honestly, I stopped reading it when the author was like, "Oh yeah, the MC, he's gonna go groom these kindergarten girls into becoming his future wives," and I was like, "Okay, that's really cool, author. I'm just gonna let you have that fantasy, and I am gonna be over there, nowhere near you, never reading this again. Bye."
You know what? That was definitely a segue. Can you pretend that never happened?
Yeah. But yeah, then I learned that it got an anime, and I was like, oh, I remember this story, and I still hate it.
Yeah.
I'm just glad the bartender's getting an anime.
Which one?
Bartender.
Bartender.
That fucking manga made me pick up mixology.
Bartender.
Hmm.
Is its name literally just bartender, or should I just look up
Yeah,
bartender
just bartender.
manga?
Bartender.
By Araki Joe.
But yeah. So anyway, well, let's see what people are paying $2,000 to read.
I already told you. Oh no, this is the other person I see.
Yeah, this guy.
$8,000 person.
Yeah, this is the $2,000 person.
Wait, Bartender's got 11 episode anime series though. It
Yep.
says on Wiki.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep, just got it.
Damn.
The first thing John heard as he regained consciousness was the steady beep of the heart monitor. Confusion reigned for a moment, his thoughts muddled. When he tried to open his eyes, it felt like they weighed a ton. His mouth dry.
Isn't this the motherfucker that copied my shit?
No, this is the fucker who.
Motherfucker, that copied
This
my-
is another one.
Okay.
No, this is a
another
different one.
Okay,
This is the one-
The sentence
This-
structure is worse than the end.
Yeah.
This is the one where John gets amnesia and then he fucks it. Oh wait.
Yeah, this is the one where John gets amnesia, gets a power up, and starts fucking a bunch of different women while fighting off Grimm and having drama.
So peak
Wow.
fanfiction, huh?
Yeah.
Wait. I think that's just Side's literal sin fanfiction.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, because this happened in a Schnee dust mine, not because he was stupid enough to run out of the grid.
Yeah. He had it was a Schnee
That's
dust
the only
mine,
difference.
When he did finally open his eyes, the light blinded him, searing across his senses, squirting through the pain. He observed the sterile white walls, emotionless, without warmth, efficient. It encapsulated so much of what the Atlas military stood for. Okay, first off, most hospital walls are white. Because you kind of need to see the stains. Like, you don't want yellow walls because then you can't see the piss. Can't have brown walls because you can't see the shit. Don't want green walls because God forbid you miss a little bit of rotting puke.
I'm trying to eat. Shut up.
Alright, so the sex scenes start from chapter 2.
Okay, well, that's
Understandable.
good to know. Yeah, I know color theory. Yeah, I know. White's important. Yeah, I know.
Wait a minute.
Do I just sell my fucking soul and start writing sign level porn for extra money? Do I care enough
Honestly,
about money?
no, I wouldn't write sign level porn. That only gets you about $1,500 a month. I would write Cambrian level porn. That gets you $12,000 a month.
Also, it's literally just one fucking... Oh, no, never mind. I thought it was one fic of lore, one fic of sex scenes, but apparently it's one fic of lore, one fic of sex scenes, one fic of lore, and then just sex scenes.
For what, Temptation?
Yep.
Yeah.
The only ones that don't have sex scenes so far is chapter 1 and chapter 3.
Amazing.
You mean one chapter, not one fic.
Yapter.
Whatever.
Anyway,
That's,
so...
that's the same thing as that one fic where, like...
Oh, yeah,
Zelrex
you didn't know? Yeah, Cambrian makes $12,000 a month. He puts literally every author to shame.
Yes.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Which, to be fair though, Giordino does make $10,000 a month, which is still pretty insane because his update rate is fucking glacial.
Didn't he lose some when he kept posting omakis about random Naruto characters like Tarzan the Bridge Builder one-shotting Dragon Ball Z characters like Nappa because he got annoyed people were saying that his characters would still not be powerful to Dragon Ball Z.
No idea who
Wait,
is.
Giordino?
Yeah. In his Naruto self-insert Shinobi one or whatever, he got pissed that people were saying that if he goes to DBZ, he'd still be weak. So he posted a whole bunch of little extras of like 500 words of people like Tarzan defeating people like Nappa by accident by dropping a beer bottle. Like he got so pissed about that he made them the weakest they could be.
I have to see this. I have to see this.
On QQ.
Is this the guy you're talking about?
He lost $900.
Cambrian, no. It's literally Cambrian.
Bro basically lost nothing.
Yeah, Cambrian got purged off FFN, so he's only on
of course Cambrian got purged, yeah.
No,
where is he purging now?
Covers your
QQ and
taxes,
AO3.
Sneaky.
Of course he is. I don't have either of those platforms.
He's also on Hentai Foundry.
I see.
So Cambrian's got 4,000 paid members. Also doesn't show how much people are paying anymore, by the way.
Which means he's probably making more than 12K because not everyone's probably on the basic $3.
Well, it says recommended by creator is the $3 one.
Yeah.
But
that doesn't mean everyone has.
Yeah, no, it does not.
He's making more than you think he is.
Well, no, the thing is he is making a minimum of $12,000 because he's got 4,000 paid members, and to join it's $3.
Yes.
So he is making and this is also what people don't understand, right? Like, you don't have to make everyone pay $10. You just make 10,000 people pay $1, which is
plus he's
way
also got
easier.
He's also got pay annually to save 10%. He's going on that fucking useless deal to save a tiny bit of money that actually gets him more.
It gets him so much more.
More money off my $3 tier than any other tier combined.
Yeah, exactly. What people don't get is the minimal money. Like, there's a reason why for years I was still subscribed to Vimes, even though I hadn't read a single one of his stories from 2018, because it was only a fucking $1.
That is that's the thing. If you go for your most lowest one as $5, you're not gonna make much money. But if you go $1, $2, or $3, you're gonna make a fuckload if you're a decent writer.
And on top of that, you know, like for Undying Scarab, right? We opened a Patreon for Undying Scarab, right? We had one tier. It was $1, and it was literally, if you donate $1 to us, thank you, we appreciate it, nothing's going to change for you. You're not going to get the chapters faster, you don't get any fucking perks, you get nothing besides us saying thank you here in this summary. We still made $20 a month, and then one person started sending us $30 a month just because they could.
Yeah.
And we're just like,
and if you had an Undying Scarab Discord that you could invite people to for paying. Oh, specifically for it. Damn, I didn't know that.
For all of our co-op stories, we made one.
Yeah, but if you made one just for Undying Scarab and then you just left it alone and put that in your Patreon as a join thing, you'd probably get way more people. Even if you never went on there.
I mean,
even if you never went onto that Discord.
Yeah, I mean, we probably would, and we probably should, but it's just we just never really felt like it.
Yeah, I think I would have tried Royal Road at least a little bit. Original fiction does seem like a fun thing to me. I also know manhwa. I'll copy a few more.
Lee Hoj, Nathaniel Gwynn. Yeah, except they've got less stats. Yeah, they've got less stats and. Oh wow, this really is basically just plagiarism.
Yeah, it is straight up plagiarism. Like the moment I saw it, I'm like, wait, I've seen this exact thing before.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, like I see, like I see you're reading like the manhwa, not. No, I think you're reading like the light novel, not the manhwa. I hope you got a
Wait,
good
where'd you get-
translation. 'cause
where'd
some
you-
of the
Where'd you get the
translations are really
Nathaniel
bad.
Gwynn one? Is that? Did you go to the
That's
other
the
person's
hell.
Patreon, or
Yeah.
are they posting
No,
that
no, no.
publicly?
It's on Royal Road, like the first 100 and something chapters on Royal Road.
Like, damn, though.
Man, fuck. And
But
their
yeah.
chapters are tiny, dude.
Yeah, but Giordino's styling only lost him $900, which is
Yes.
crazy because now he's only earning $9,000 a month for basically like nothing.
One a month. He posts like once a month.
He posts like one
Now, dude,
chapter a month. Yeah.
$100
Dude,
covers
I-
taxes.
What?
9,000.
That $900 almost covers taxes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
Dude, so I'm telling you, dude, the same fucking story, but probably better and with art is available free to read.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna write some garbage
But
on this
anyway,
side and
so-
see if it makes me any money.
You really should. You really should. I mean, I would love to use Novel AI just to fucking write some of the shit we have.
No, I'll write like legit shit on Royal Road, right? Like some like fucking original fiction stuff.
Brawl,
Let's
make
see how
sure
it does.
make sure you have 5 different Patreon tiers, and that your first one's only $2, so that you make fuckloads of money.
Oh no, the first 30 chapters are gonna be free, and then I start paywalling. The thing is, you gotta get them. Like, see, again, I work in video games. Monetization and fucking microtransactions are my jam. I'm gonna
Anchoring.
fucking gamify the shit out. Oh, you Kai chose
Investment.
You're right behind me.
Yeah. No, I know, yeah. Is there a secret beyond difficulty that is above hell in the Korean story?
Right. If you think
No.
you're hiding,
No.
why is your head poking out? You're not hiding from me.
The fuck?
My cat.
Oh.
It's literally trying to hide under my bed, except its head's still poking out and it's looking at me as if it can't see me.
His body felt weak, drained. He hadn't felt so feeble since before he unlocked his aura all those years ago in the Emerald Forest. Though it was a struggle to move, he felt no pain when he did, wiggling his fingers and toes. He found he had full control of his limbs. Peeling the blanket away, he shuffled into a sitting position, resting his back against the pillows. He shuffled into a sitting position, resting his back on the pillows. That's not a
Isn't that like
sitting position.
It's where you literally move the pillows till it's up, like stacked on top of each other, I think. But that's really uncomfortable to do.
Anyway, let's see. An IV line fed into his arm by the wrist, feeding him fluids. Yeah, that's... An IV line fed into his arm, feeding him fluids. You got away with words on there.
Switch off my pain inhibitors. Man, I'm telling you, this person's writing is worse than AI. Jesus.
He was.
Christ.
That's why he said. That's why I told you, dude. This guy's writing is fucking awful. A lot of their writing is fucking awful. He was alone. A quick glance showed the room was void of people. Beyond the door, he could hear the soft voice of chatter and not much. A singular person was talking, and not
Firstly,
much
why
else.
do they make these like bricks? Like paragraphs do not need to be like 700, 600 fucking words.
I don't know, man. People are weird in what they think what a paragraph is. Beyond the door, he could hear the soft voice of chatter. Outside the window was an impressive skyline of Atlas. Skyscrapers alight in every color imaginable against the pitch-black sky. He stared for a moment, taken in by the beautiful hues. It was a reminder of the dust that powered the kingdom, every color of the rainbow. What the fuck? Like, I don't know, it's just like, this is just weird. Like, it was clear he was in the hospital, but he could not recall why. The last thing he remembered was visiting the mission boards after an early breakfast. After that, everything was hazy. Wait, but he knows he's in an Atlas hospital from just looking at the hospital walls, but he can't remember.
I mean, Atlas does have a certain style.
I mean,
It's white.
yeah, but that's not what he described the walls as. He's described the walls as white and undecorated.
That's every
Yeah,
hospital ever.
typical hospital walls. Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally every hospital ever. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if I fucking fell unconscious and woke up in a hospital, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a Camden hospital and a Philadelphia hospital. Actually, maybe I would, because I'd probably be dying in the Camden one. But
Probably.
but anyway, the last thing you remember, but after that, everything was
Also, the
hazy.
punctuation is kind of atrocious.
Yeah, the punctuation on this is dog shit. He could only see flashes riding in an airship, Nora's infectious smile, the green of Ren's shirt. Then he could hear screaming, steel on bone, and then nothing. Let me tell you, steel on bone is something else. And if it's not cutting through it, it's making a... Ugh.
Steel on bone is like exposed bone is painful.
No shit, you don't say steel on exposed bones, fucking babe. No fucking shit!
Shut the fuck up with that.
I'm sorry, but like, the fucking, like, bones don't have nerves inside them. But boy, do you feel it when one breaks.
Yeah.
Like a motherfucker when you do something to one.
And what another thing that people, like, really fuck up about is, like, they don't realize that they really have to set that bone fast. Not because of, like, you healing it wrong or anything. It's because you don't want the marrow slipping into your blood, because then you have fat globes in your blood, and then you die.
Yay.
Because marrow is fatty.
The only bone
Shocker.
I've broken is my jaw, so you know.
I have never broken a bone so far, despite life's best attempts at breaking my body. My body has won against steel pipes, it's won against concrete, it's won against trees. I have impacted many things at high speeds and have somehow lived.
I broke my arm once. It was not fun. I think I cracked my shin a couple months ago, and oh no, that hurt.
I did headbutt someone one time and cracked their skull.
Do you know how hard it is to crack a skull?
Do you know how hard my head is?
Harder than somebody else's, apparently.
Yeah, boy. Apparently I used to headbutt people a lot as a child because it was
Understandable.
a very hard part of my body. And it was
Hard-headed?
yes,
Unbelievable.
sneaky devil, hard-headed. Not...
Honestly, unbelievable.
What a surprise!
You must be pulling my
Yeah, this is such a shocking bit of information. Who could have seen this coming?
Truly a revelation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. They'd gotten into a fight, but with whom? Grimm? Or had Robin Hill and her merry band of happy huntresses? I still can't get over that. Decided to make a move.
They made a Robin Hood, and then made Robin Hood an actual irredeemable villain.
That not just that, Max. No, you have to say the full scope. They made Robin Hood. They made Robin Hood a lesbian, and then they made her an unredeemable villain.
I'm just
then they
mad.
left her after Hillary Clinton.
I'm just mad that they dragged Christina V into Ruby with that role.
Yeah.
Oh, her voice actress was great.
Yeah, no, Christina V's a fantastic voice actress. I'm just mad that she got dragged into it.
It's just one of those moments of, like, in the name of diversity, we'll make everything as diverse as possible. It's like, congratulations, you just made a lesbian into a global terrorist. Outstanding diversity.
Surprise Pikachu face.
Her action spelled the death of Atlas and millions of people. Give it up for
Good time, though,
diversity.
Sneaky. She had diversity while she did it.
Yeah, she was diverse while she did it.
Ah, yes, el diversidad.
I'll never forget
She
face
did kill a
planting and cement
diverse,
steps sitting up,
No,
showing
all the
observer
people she killed were all white, so don't worry about it.
I saw my pinky pointing 90 degrees away. Ugh, 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 ugh. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I've impacted things. I have impacted things like, you know.
What, like with your head?
Yeah, well, with my like spine.
Oh, I see.
Like, I was on a toboggan one time, and we hit an icy slope, and we proceeded to go like 30, 40 miles an hour down the icy slope, plow through a snowbank, and hit 2 different trees. And I just got up and was like, alright, I'm cool. I'm good. Sup, everyone? I'm alright. And then my sister did the exact same thing, and she broke like 3 fingers and got a concussion. And she didn't even hit a tree.
Karma.
All about genetics, brother.
She's like,
Your center of balance
I'm
is so
just
good, you're like
built
an egg. You just
different,
don't
what can
count.
I say? But it was quite literally the meme of I'm a genius, oh no. Because I spent the first half of the ride, you know, angling myself just right, and I could feel myself fucking gaining speed from the angling that I was doing down the hill on a curve. Then I was like, oh yeah, I'm gaining so much fucking speed. And then we hit an ice patch, and I start going really fast. And I'm like 3/4 down the hill when my brain goes, so how do we stop? I'm like, oh. That's a good point, brain.
With your feet.
I don't know
You
how we're
realize
gonna stop.
that-
Well, no, you see, I couldn't use my feet because I was using a trash can as a toboggan.
Ah, with your arms then. Wait, no. You're still fucked.
Yeah, I was like,
Change.
this might go poorly. And
Yeah,
then
or oh no. No,
I-
continue. I didn't realize there's more.
I get to the bottom of the hill and I see the snowbank approaching, and then I don't remember anything after that. I apparently just went through the 5-foot snowbank pile, just created a fucking hole in it, and just went through a tree behind the snowbank pile. Because by the way, the hill kept going after that. So like it was a hill, road, snowbank pile up against the road, more steep drop hill. And
Yeah.
I went through a tree, through another tree, hit a 3rd tree, and tumbled out to a stop right in front of the half-frozen river.
Nice.
And
Well
then I
done.
just wake up and get up, and I'm looking around, I'm like, wow, I lived! And everyone's running up to me, they're like, holy shit, are you okay? And I'm like, what do you
The
mean,
fact
am I
that Sneaky's
okay?
still here is a fucking testament to like the undying human spirit.
Honestly,
Or
part of it's just that like kids bounce back really well. Like the younger you are, the better you bounce back from
Max,
like,
he
things.
bounced a
Max,
lot.
I was like 18.
I bet he
Oh.
bounced a
I'm still
fucking
a kid.
lot.
I know
God.
I'm still a kid, but it wasn't like
Right,
know-
how drunk were you?
none. I didn't,
Damn,
bro,
'cause
I didn't
usually
start
drunks
drinking.
Also bounce.
Yeah.
Bro, I didn't start drinking until I was 26.
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh, the drinking is a pretty recent thing in Sneaky's life. Anyways, or that meme in particular actually sums up
A lot.
several millennial childhoods.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
also me in
that-
general.
What Sneaky? That's Sneaky. anyone within 5 years of our ages, it's
To be
pretty much
honest, I
us.
think we've
Yeah, that's
all
fair.
done something
Like
really
as
stupid.
kids.
That just
Here, the difference, Sneaky, is that you continued that a little further than
Yeah,
the
I
average
haven't stopped.
millennial.
I was about to say,
I'm
still
a
doing it?
genius. I'm still doing it.
Uh,
I
yeah,
just don't
it's
go
a
out
little
too
less.
often now.
It's a little less dangerous now. Most of your I'm a genius is in regards to tech now.
Yeah, but there was that one time recently. It was like 2008, maybe. No, 2008. What am I
that's
saying?
not recent.
That's not
no,
recent.
It's not 2008. It was
Ages.
no, it was when I went skiing when I was up in Vermont still. So that's like 2016. Yeah, it was around that point. Like in 2016, I went
mean,
skiing.
I still wouldn't call that recent though. Like that was your early 20s.
Okay, that was 8 years ago, which puts me at 22.
Yeah.
Wait, no, does that really put me at 22?
Oh, it should put you. Well, I guess it would, because
How
you're
old
only
are you
about a year
now?
young. You're only about a year younger than me, so like 21, 22.
Shit,
Here's the thing,
yeah.
Sneaky. Early 20s is still a really common time for
Wait, you
people
guys are
to do
still in your
stupid
20s, right?
shit.
I'm 30 now.
Well, no, Sneaky is. I'm turning 31 this year in just a couple
I'm
months.
turning 30 in 1 month or 2 months.
I'm turning 30 this year too. So we've lost the last year of doing foolish shit now.
Yeah. Well, I'm still doing foolish shit, and I'll probably keep doing that till I die. But
yeah. Well, like early 20s is still a like people still fuck up.
Yeah,
like the decision-making portion of your brain isn't usually fully developed till like mid-20s,
bro,
and even then it may still not.
My
develop.
decision-making portion of my brain's fucking malformed.
My decision-making core of my like fucking brain is just
I'm not even exaggerating. That's where my eye damage comes from.
Oof.
Oh, it's in that same section, huh?
Yeah, there's the same section that damaged my eye. It also damaged my decision-making section of the brain and impulse control.
Anyways, you guys have fun. I gotta dip. See ya.
Yeah, see you, man.
I would say you're fucked, but your impulse control is actually pretty good.
I'm fucking legendary for someone who's disabled, let me tell you. But no, I was going down the hill, and I was like, haha, I'm gonna go fast, and then and the hill got really steep, and I was like, oh, this was a mistake. And then I hit a bump, and I flew, and did not land gracefully, proceeded to tumble and slide my way down the rest of the hill, which was like 120 feet. And I get to the bottom, I'm on my back, my skis are just fucking gone. And my poles are somewhere. And I'm just laying on my back at the foot of this hill. And the guy operating the chairlift is like, holy shit, man, are you okay? I just hold up a fucking thumbs up. Because I'm just like, yeah, I'm just good. I was lay here for a bit. Someone else coming down the hill found my skis and brought them down to me, and I thanked them. It's just... I hate so much shit. Thankfully, though, I did have a spot of quick reaction during the tumble, where I did get my foot behind each ski, and I did kick off the skis as I was tumbling, intentionally. Or else my ankles would be fucking broken.
I don't think you'd have feet.
But, yeah, no, as I'm mid-air, fucking slow motion, I'm just like, I should probably not keep wearing my skis. Click, click. My life. What the fuck are you looking at, man? Are you still trying to look at this shit? I mean, allows you to stay focused. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same skill. I mean, yeah, one called it battle meditation, the other one called it focus. That's... Yeah. Honestly, I'm just impressed on the balls of that person. $8,000 for ripping off someone else's work. Goddamn.
Well, make you a fake
Goddamn.
account and do it yourself.
I would, but like,
It's kind of shitty.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of shitty. It's also a lot of effort, and I just honestly I can't be fucked.
The amount of research alone Sneaky would have to do to find one he could do that with and make sure
Also-
there's no way anyone could track it down.
Yeah. Also, it's just like, I envy the sheer balls on stupid people. Cause like,
Thank you.
if
You're
I
Australian.
if I tried to do this, I would actually try and make it good, so I'd end up just fucking writing it anyway. But I would also like try and separate the account from me as much as possible. I would try and find an obscure as possible fucking thing. Like, I would put so much fucking effort into it.
That last part with the separation of identity, you really can't if you want to get paid.
Not true. Not entirely.
The required photographic ID.
They require photographic ID now on Patreon?
They require photo ID and your bank information or a credit card, which has to match the information on your photographic ID. And then they run a background check. No shit.
God damn. Well, I've never fucking done any of that, and they still pay me.
Some people use That's probably because you've never been. You've never had to. Yeah. If you get big, you'd probably have to, but I'm guessing that's why most people use shit like a Subscribe Star and all that.
Probably, maybe.
Subscribe Star requires all that shit too.
Yeah. Ko-Fi?
I haven't used coffee.
I think
probably
ripping
do,
off
though.
Concept and switching into elements could fly, but this is way too much. I mean, it's like... you ripping work off and switching up elements is basically the premise of like 90% of stories, to be real.
That's fucking fan fiction anyway.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's fan fiction anyway, but I mean, it does... You can't really claim fan fiction status when people start paying you for it.
True.
It is unofficial published works at that point.
Also, we're at the stage where everything's been done before. So if you think you've got an original idea,
You don't.
either somebody's already done it or you'll get people copying you
Yeah.
such that it's no longer original.
Well, and not only that, you'll also have people coming back to tell you that you copied the person who copied you.
Oh yeah, there's that too. But the strategy here is to take ideas and put them together in a unique order. It may be the same old idea, but if you put it together with something else and put it in a unique way of doing it, then yes, that's worth reading.
Why would the author risk it if he's making 100K per year on Patreon? Well, it's really simple. Okay, so...
He's probably had fans asking him to put it on there, and they fell to peer pressure.
Infringement of no, absolutely not. Infringement of copyright.
Oh, it's probably not copyrighted in the U.S. yet.
Well,
Also,
there's
as
your
long
answer.
as it's 25% different.
In the case of willful infringement, you can pay up to 150K. Statutory payment is typically around 30K. So all the author has to do is run it for 2 years, and they've made a profit of 50K, even if they get hit with the heaviest fine possible.
And with the latest fine, well...
They don't even fucking blink at it, yep. On top of that, did South Korea sign the International Copyright Agreement? Okay, so South Korea's It does cover the U.S. Okay.
But they found that in terms of copyright dispute, as long as it's 25% different or more, you can't sue or do anything about it.
Makes sense.
So all you got to do is change a few names, a few details, a little this, little that, and bam, there you go. It's quote unquote original. It's a brand new story.
I mean, but the real danger is when you copy an important person's work, is that they don't need to win.
Mm-hmm.
They just throw a money fight.
Yeah, they can just slap you with a money fight. And technically that's illegal, but it's going to be really hard to prove in court that someone, say an author in this case, was angry that you copied them and are using the technical definition to get out of it. So it's like, well, I mean, are they really slapping him, or are they just pissed at the guy and want to sue him for copyright infringement? It's like, well, they're probably just pissed, and it's going to be really easy to prove that they're just pissed instead of that they're maliciously slapping someone for being similar to their work.
Yeah, proving that it's a slap suit is really hard.
Yeah, you just get fucking obliterated.
It's like trying to prove intent on a lot of cases. Unless somebody openly states their intent, you're pretty much fucked.
Well, I mean, it's in cases of, like, you know, Coca-Cola versus random soccer mom who, like, took the labels off of the Coca-Cola bottles and sold them.
It's still a Coca-Cola bottle because of the shape.
Yeah. And then Coca-Cola sues her for, like, copyright infringement. And the courts would be like, no, this is a slap suit, because she's not rebranding them, first off. And second off, she's only reselling them at the soccer games that she goes to where her kid's at. So it's not like she's trying to make an active business out of it. She's not trying to compete with Coca-Cola. She's not trying to rebrand it. It would be an obvious slap suit.
Yeah, but Coca-Cola's got the money to do that kind of shit. A lot of people do.
Oh yeah, they would. And then if she wins the slap suit, which they'll probably just settle out of court for, they'll probably end up just paying her the money that they used in court. And then she'll walk away none richer, and they'll walk away not even noticing that they're a bit poorer. Which is usually how it goes when you win the slap suit, is they usually don't really award you all that much.
Which is unfortunate.
Even if he added 1 or 2 more stats to the stat line, it might make a difference. I mean, see, the thing is, at the end of the day, gamer stories have become such a proliferated subject. Is that, oh, you stole from my story where the tutorial was hard. How can you prove this? Oh, well, you made a gamer story, too popular, wouldn't settle. Oh, but it has a hard tutorial. I can name like 4 or 5 stories that I've seen before with hard tutorials as a premise. And then you gave your character focus as their first skill.
What does focus do?
It lets you focus.
Battle concentration.
Yeah. It lets you focus during battle. It's like, I mean, it's not really like a unique skill. It's like, if you gave your character like Hellfire's Flame Ball, where it like summons the flames of hell to burn something, and then the other story also gave them some sort of spell called like Hell's Requiem, and it summons the flames of hell to burn something, then you could be like, oh, well, you're ripping off of me. But
actually, there's court law for this.
I'm gonna be honest, every time I hear focus, I just think of the monk class from Final Fantasy.
Yeah. So anyway, you were saying something?
They've come out and said that you can't copyright very generic stuff. So like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
everyone knows Fireball from D&D, right? Except anybody can use a spell called Fireball, and wizards can go piss up a rope. Same
Yeah,
thing with
the-
mage hand.
Yeah, well,
etc.
the
and so forth.
specific thing was that you can't copyright the idea of mage hand, but you can copyright the idea of Melkor's mischievous mage hand.
Yes, you can copyright some very specific variant bullshit, but you can't copyright the generic mage hand.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like this story is so fucking awful. Like that story is awful. This story is awful. The fucking AI story is honestly, it was mediocre. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was just really mediocre.
By virtue of being mediocre, it's better than the shit you've been reading.
Yes, literally. The many erotic situations of John Arc. John Arc fucks lots of people. John Arc fucks a lot of people. John Arc fucks a lot of people. John Arc fucks a lot of people. Wow, this author really likes writing about John Arc fucking a lot of women.
It's because John is the standard audience insert character.
Is this one of
Well,
Sign's
male
alt?
audience insert.
Yes.
It was also the author self-insert. Or the VA self-insert.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Both.
Mm.
Like, look, if you don't want your character that you made about you to be accused of being a self-insert, don't also voice the character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, at least Monty just came out and said, yeah, Ren's my SI, but I'm not gonna, put too heavy a hand on the plot. He's just there.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
Meanwhile, Miles kept denying it.
Yeah, it's like
Except he also kept saying, I feel like I am John, and John is me. And then he kept saying, but he's not my self-insert.
he's not my self-insert, but I wrote him, but I voice him, but I made him the second main character and actually sidelined Ruby multiple times to write more about my character.
Mm-hmm.
And because I don't know the positions in terms of the hierarchies inside the company, but I'm going to take a wild stab and say Monty was lower on the totem pole than Miles.
Yeah. Because Miles was there long before Monty. At least I think he was.
Probably.
Miles helped with writing season 5 or 6 of RVB with Bernie's supervision. So that sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Monty didn't get involved until we start seeing Meta and Tex doing bullshit. Oh my god, that's Monty Ohm's
Yeah,
choreography moves.
Right.
Season 8 or 9, I think.
Something like that.
It's a shame too, because season 6 of RVB I remember being pretty well written. And it's just like, how did we go from this to what he churned out for Ruby? And then it's like, oh wait, Bernie was overseeing it.
Yeah.
That's probably the
Yep.
difference. Bernie that was there to tell him, hey man, that's not the right way to go for that. Try this
Yeah.
instead.
Whereas
At least
Monty,
what I remember
who
is
doesn't
that's
write,
how
wouldn't
got wrote.
know to correct them besides on lore stuff.
Monty entrusted them to do something with it after giving them anime homework, and
That's what I'm saying. Like he
Yeah.
would be like, no, that's not how Grimm work if they try to present an idea to him. But he wouldn't like correct them on how to characterize Ruby beyond like, no, she's supposed to be happy.
just make her a weapon dork and leave it at that. That was all that was needed.
Ruby was supposed to be a weapon artist, kinky girl tomboy who's a little bit shy and socially awkward, and that's it. She's actually really fucking simple.
Yeah. Did you guys know that Team Ruby was supposed that the show Ruby was supposed to be about Team Ruby? Yeah, I know it's
Was
a
it?
wild it's a wild idea. Yeah. Yeah, and then they threw his entire notebook out, which honestly at this point I'll 100% believe pretty much everything that was written in that document.
Listen, we
Uh,
knew they threw it out when they admitted to rewriting an entire season because people accurately predicted key plot points.
Which
Yeah.
again is
It's just
fine.
spiteful and stupid.
It's fine if people predict your story. Like, the tropes exist. It's fine if people. It's great, actually. If people are capable of predicting your story, that either means you've written it really shittily and it's really obvious what you're doing, or you properly put in the fucking proper plot hooks that make people go, oh, this is the most likely thing that's going to happen next. And that's fine if they can fucking predict that. But.
Yeah. It's that stupid thing where, like, using tropes doesn't make you a good writer, and subverting expectations doesn't make you a good writer. It's execution of these things.
What it is
That
these
sets you apart.
avant-garde, self-styled artists, because they don't view themselves as authors. They're painting a picture with their words. These self-styled artists are obsessed with being original and unpredictable. Completely rejecting. Yeah, they're completely up their own ass, and they completely reject the idea that humanity has had, since its very start of existence and communication, been telling the same stories to each other.
I think they're like, what do they call it? 3, maybe 5 stories total.
Yeah,
and
like,
everything else is just a variation or combination of them.
Literally, if you go back to the Sumerian tablets, we were able to recover, and we've recovered a lot more recently. But it's literally the Sumerian tablets are the exact same shit you found in the Greek stories, the exact same shit you found in the Bible, the exact same shit you found in India, the exact same shit you found in Ireland. It's the exact same stories you find in the North Americans with the Native Americans. It's literally everyone has the exact same stories told a little bit differently because the environment they're in is different. And so this one story about how trees got created is going to be a little bit different than, fucking Russia's story about how trees got created. But at the end of the day, they're going to have mostly the same beats because the people there are going to view trees the exact same way. And it's just like, you're never gonna be original, and these fucking people have their heads so far up their own fucking asses that they think what they're doing is somehow gonna be cutting edge and is gonna change writing as they know it. And it's just like, maybe it will, but it's not gonna change writing as we know it because you are gonna be so amazing at it. It's going to introduce a new idea, which is going to be a old idea that's going to be repopularized because of modern culture allowing for it to come into its own in a different way than it was previously.
Yeah.
Usually, if you're making your Markle writing like that, the most common way they do that is by fucking up so bad everyone looks at it and goes, yeah, we're never doing that.
Also true, but I mean, Shakespeare, it's like, oh wow, Shakespeare made such amazing plays. It's like Shakespeare's plays was literally the shit the Greeks were making, but there was 1,000+ years, honestly, it was the 1600s was Shakespeare, so quite literally nearly 2,000 years of time in between the Greeks making those plays and Shakespeare making those plays, and the position and the time and the culture of the time that Shakespeare made those plays was a perfect time for the same sorts of plays with the same sorts of story beats that the Greeks did to make a resurgence.
And he just adapted them to the modern times at the time.
And it wasn't like he was looking at the Greek plays and trying to remake them. He was literally writing his own plays, but because humanity thinks generally the same no matter what, he just ended up writing the Greek plays again, but with the stuff that was around him.
Like I said, the same 5 stories told over and over.
Frankenstein is described as the modern Prometheus. Yeah, literally. Yeah,
Satan is literally the modern Prometheus. Lucifer, Prometheus, both their names mean to bring light.
bro,
You
I hate
got
to
that
break this to you.
whole intelligence thing.
The Bible is about 16,000 years old, or 20,000 years old now, actually. So it's not really the modern Prometheus. Frankenstein's just a
So
little bit newer
20,000?
than the Bible. Just a smidge newer than the Bible. Just, a little tiny bit newer than the Bible. By 17,000 years.
Yes, I'm saying that the Bible remade it from the Greeks.
Right, but you said the Bible was the modern Prometheus, which it's not.
No, I said like the Bible.
Yes.
As in like the Bible before it.
When we're talking about the modern Prometheus, and then you go like the Bible. That is implying the Bible is like the modern Prometheus.
It was the last version of the modern Prometheus before Frankenstein.
Don't think it was, but sure, buddy. Anyway, so Shakespeare also literally looked at the shit happening around him and made plays about it. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is humanity falls into the same patterns over and over again. Throw the chair at him. Humanity falls into the same patterns over and over again. So big shock that someone looking around at what's currently going on in their culture is going to find the same sort of shit that the Sumerians found when they looked around and looked at their culture. Because people will just be people. We can advance technologically as much as we want, but all that does is change how the expression occurs. It's still going to occur. History doesn't repeat, it just rhymes, I believe is the saying. And the rhyme is, and another one.
Second verse, same as the first.
Yeah. But I hate people. I just really hate people that think their shit is gonna somehow be special. You shouldn't. Tolkien is a great example of this. Tolkien didn't go out and publish Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit thinking his story was gonna be something special, because he invented it for his fucking kid as a bedtime story, and his kid made him write it down because he was very autistic about details. And then his kid said, hey, you should publish this, Dad, this is a good story. And so he did, and then he was like, oh wow, a lot of people liked this, I guess I'll write more of it.
I thought he started writing that when he was in the war, not for his kid, or was that the earlier stuff like the Silmarillion?
The Silmarillion was, I believe, the war, yeah.
Okay, so that came after. All right, I got you.
Specifically, The Hobbit was a story that he invented for his kid.
I always heard The Hobbit was.
Yeah. Also, you might be thinking
language primer.
You might be thinking of Narnia.
I thought Lord of the Rings and Hobbit and all that was because Tolkien wanted England to have something a bit more concrete for mythology.
That too.
I think that's why he continued it, but literally The Hobbit was originally written down in the first place because he would tell bedtime stories, continuous bedtime stories, to his child. And his kid would be like, oh, but you said Bilbo got a sword in the bedtime story you told me 2 months ago, so why can't he use it now? And he's like, fuck, I'll write it down then. But, Yeah, so that's why The Hobbit. Like, I can't really extend that too much to Lord of the Rings. Like, after The Hobbit got popular, maybe he was like, oh well, I'll extend this. I'll write more lore. I'll write the Silmarillion and like collectivize that, and I'll write the Lord of the Rings and make that like official British lore and shit like that. But The Hobbit, I know, was originally a bedtime story for his kid. But yeah, no. So I mean, it's like he didn't go out with the original intention of being the next fantasy writer. Like, he didn't think to himself when he made the metal mithril, because he invented mithril, just FYI. He didn't go out when he made mithril and think, oh yeah, this is gonna be the next metal that everyone's gonna put in their fantasy stories. I'm gonna change fantasy writing as we know. He didn't fucking think that. He thought, I'm gonna write a cool story for my kid. Or I'm gonna write some British lore because we need more British lore.
The world does not need more British lore.
Yes, it does.
I think the Brits did a good job of establishing their own lore, and it's quite
Yes.
something.
Yes.
But, like,
Just a reminder, if anyone ever, especially if a Brit, everyone's be like, "Well, what about America's war crimes? Like, who do you think we learned it from, fucko?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
right. But like, you know, Narnia was the same thing. A Stitch in Time was the same thing. Fucking Aragon was the same thing. Like, these authors didn't go out to be like, I'm gonna be the next big fantasy author. Fucking Aragon was like, yeah, I'm gonna write a story for my kid because she likes dragons, and so I'm gonna write a story about a kid who gets a dragon.
Wait, Aragon?
Yeah.
You
Wasn't
sure
that
about
written
that?
wasn't that written by a dude that was like 16?
No, Aragon.
Yes,
No,
I thought-
Aragon. No, his daughter was 7 years old when he first wrote Aragon.
Are you sure? Because I could have
I-
sworn he started that when he was like 16. That's why it has so much edgy fucking teenager in it.
Aragon was written by a 16-year-old. I'm pretty sure it wasn't, because the dude was talking about how his kid would read his books. So
Aragon.
The later books.
So the writer was born 1983. How the fuck did that rumor start?
1983, first
Chinese-
published.
Aragon was 2000s. Absolutely,
Yeah,
like mid 2000s.
The final manuscript was in 2001, so he was 17. So he was 17 years old when he wrote the final manuscript.
Yeah.
Oh,
edgy
that's
teenager.
where it was then, yeah.
And then self-published, and then he promoted the novel.
Wait, hang on, he was self-published?
Yeah, he was self-published in 2001. It was then discovered by Carl Hiaasen and brought to Alfred Knopf, and then republished in 2003 officially after
Is this
editing.
Aragon?
Yeah,
That is
Aragon.
actually
Yeah.
impressive that he self-published.
Aragon
I mean, it's
was the
obvious.
third
Yeah.
best-selling child's hardback.
And it's not surprising that it was made by a 16-year-old if you've read it. It is completely obvious. We've brought this up before.
Oh, well, I mean, there is a clear and obvious reason why a bunch of 16-year-olds fucking loved the story, okay?
Because it was made by one of them.
Because it was literally written by one of them.
Made for them by them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, then, yeah. Wow. Started reading when he was 10. At the age of 14, he started plotting Inheritance Cycle. Published at 17. Republished at 19. You know, and this is why I didn't give the guy a whole bunch of shit, okay? Like, I knew he was young. I didn't realize he was that young, but I knew he was young. And
I
so,
will say this.
Yeah.
The Inheritance Cycle had some problems, but I enjoy it more than I do the Song of Ice and Fire. To be perfectly honest.
Absolutely. As much as I'll shit on the ending of Aragon, well, the inheritance cycle, as much as I'll shit on the ending, the author straight up just came out and was like, yeah, the ending was shit, I'm sorry guys, but I built up Galbatorix to be this, like, absurd tier dangerous villain, and I wasn't gonna come up with some bullshit way to depower him. So I literally sat down and had to figure out how to beat this guy within the rules and power set that I made for him. I was like, alright, respect.
I mean, the only problem is that, like, the rules of power set he made still seemed unbeatable, especially having had the ending explained to me multiple times.
Oh, yes. Don't
Still
get me
not
wrong.
sure how he thought that was still within the power set and rules that he made. Like,
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Still a bad ending. I still respect him for not just being arbitrarily like, and then the dragon souls rebelled against Galbatorix and joined Aragon, and then they beat him up.
you know, he could have done something kind of brave for that sort of story.
What's that?
He
Killed
could have had the
Aragon?
villain win. Yeah.
It would have been really boring.
Probably, but it also would have been the only one that made sense.
But actually, you know what would have been really funny and would have actually made it for a good ending? Is Aragon battling Galbatorix and then fucking Roran coming in with a hammer.
That would have been funny.
And
Yeah.
here comes Roran with a steel chair!
Actually, you know what Roran could have done? Roran could have taken a hammer to the Dragonheart things, caused a massive explosion, sacrificing himself to do so, and you could end it with like Aragon taking Roran's kids to go train his new dragon riders.
Yeah, I mean,
Something.
you could, yes, in the power of hindsight, there's a lot you could have done, but I could definitely understand the position of an author who is writing on a timer, who has to now figure out how to beat their big bad guy. They've spent 3 books and like 450,000 words building up as this impossible to kill badass, because he built up all. So what happened was, and he admitted this, was he built up all of these other races to be cool and shit, and then he realized that if Galbatorix was going to be a villain, he had to be able to like solo all of these races. Because like
1v100 all of them.
yeah, if the elves are so powerful, why haven't they just gone and fucked up Galbatorix yet? It's like, oh well, actually, it's because Galbatorix is even stronger. It's like, oh, the dragons have like super giga wild magic. Why can't they beat him? Oh well, because he's even stronger than them and has enslaved multiple dragon souls. It's like, oh, okay, that's fair, yeah.
Actually, that was one thing I enjoyed about how Galbatorix handled it. Like this dude literally just tortured them into insanity over and over and over and over and over again. Like
Yeah.
he was an unquestionably evil thing that Galbatorix had to like build up to repeatedly.
Yes.
He wasn't just, you could see his rise to power.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And isn't like the canon epilogue Aragon just disappears to go give dragons like 1,000 years of therapy or something?
Yeah, effectively. Yeah, the canon epilogue to the series is that Aragon loads up a ship with all of the eggs and the dragon souls and just leaves the entire continent because the continent needs time to heal without dragon riders ruling over them. Or some shit like that. But,
actually, one brave thing he really did do though was to make Aragon unambiguously racist towards the not orcs, the pink orcs.
Urgles. The
Urgles,
Minotaurs.
yeah. And like that was a challenge the dude had to go through, actually had to grapple with a little bit, and he was even kind of like passive aggressive and a bit, well, shitty the cold dude who was helping him out
Right,
in one of the
yeah.
later books. I actually I enjoyed that because that seemed like the sort of character flaw a medieval peasant would have.
Which,
Um,
I mean, admittedly, to be fair, he leaves his village for the first time in his life, running from the Empire's forces. Hears about how the Empire has contracted or otherwise basically started sacrificing villages to these roving band of barbarians. And the first village he comes across is a village filled with corpses stacked into a giant pile with a baby impaled on the top.
Jesus.
yeah, it was really based.
So
No,
it's like, okay, yeah, I can sort of understand why someone might have a bad first impression of the roving Minotaur band.
and the thing is the cult weren't hypocritical about that either. Humans did the same to them, and they were just like, yeah, that's just how culture works. You know, we are the literal hill barbarians. That is what our species is and
Also,
does.
I call them Minotaurs, and it just got stuck in my head because like they have fucking hooves, they have horns, and their culture is about the strongest, meatiest man leads them. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, what the fuck else besides Minotaurs are they?
They're like weird Minotaur orc things,
Yeah.
and I appreciate what he did with them
Yeah.
because they aren't hypocritical. They're not even evil. They're just savages.
Oh, you're literally
they-
savages of like, yeah, we respect the Empire because Galbatorix comes down from his castle and single-handedly just slaughters whole battle bands of what the fuck, I'm blanking, Urgles. It just slaughters Urgles on his own. So he's like total top bull G. We respect him, and then we kill some of his people. He kills some of our people. It's cool.
Yeah, there was like that whole thing about murder. Like there was at one point in one of the books where a human managed to murder an Urgle, and the Urgles were confused because they didn't really have that concept of murder. Like murder in their culture was something you did for revenge or to get one over your opponent or something. This dude just kind of did it randomly. And so the Urgles flat out are explicitly stated that they would not have cared if this guy had had a reason. Like if he'd been slighted or it was a matter of honor or one of his kinsmen had been killed by one of the murderer's kinsmen or something like that.
Right.
And they were actually confused. Because they were presented as consistently thinking with a Stone Age mindset, with a tribal mindset, and of not simply of having had the time to evolve culturally to think in any other way.
Which, admittedly, to be fair, when you're like some fucking 8-foot barrel-chested orc minotaur monster, and you can punch trees down without tools, you don't really need to do a lot of thinking.
Yeah, isn't there like king, like an unironic 15-foot tall demigod that managed to become the king of their species by just bashing every other Urgle until they
Yes,
submitted?
something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So they make sense. They are logically coherent, which is more than most 16-year-olds would be capable of, to be perfectly fair.
Yeah.
But there are also problems in the books usually get solved very, very quickly. And usually without Aragon having to at really any point make a moral compromise.
Yeah, problems in the book got solved really quickly by using a really logical explanation of how to fix the issue, and everyone just kind of rolled with it usually. And then occasionally you'd have a character who would protest against it, and then it would turn out that character was greedy or evil or really evil, or was just there to be a roadblock so the main character could triumph over them.
It's very simple, and there's not necessarily a great deal of nuance to individuals, but I would say the setting as a whole has good bones for what it is.
Yeah. No, definitely, and I do appreciate some of the logical deductions that were occasionally made in the story, where Aragon gets told about the magic system and about how magic costs, air quotes, the same amount of life stamina that it would do to do the act normally. And Aragon just has this moment of like, so if I just like pinched someone's heart artery shut.
Yeah, no, and that's explicitly demonstrated. I think there's only one large-scale battle. It was explicitly stated that in that battle, each time a mage responsible for defending a unit was killed, that unit would just drop dead because
Yeah.
other mages would just assassinate the whole unit.
Yeah.
So
Like-
it was genuinely a pretty horrifying thing.
Oh yeah, it was crazy good, and it was really cool, and I really liked the whole idea where you have these fucking mages who are basically being guarded by these immortal units who are fighting each other, and the mage is like having a mental battle at the same time in like a fucking fantasy take on the cyber world, where they're both deckers trying to hack each other. Like, it's so fucking cool. Like, it's a great fucking, fantasy execution of a sci-fi idea.
There were some other problems. For example, Aragon repeatedly simply harvests life from animals as they're being slaughtered and prepared, and he mentions it makes him feel dirty, and he goes kind of vegetarian for a while. But other than like occasional mentions of dietary changes, literally drowning himself in endless streams of death doesn't have much in the way of consequence, despite the elves explicitly not eating meat under any circumstances because it freaks them out so much.
I mean,
You know what'll fix that? Eating meat.
It was
Yep.
it was a very odd way of going about it too. Like, I forget what it was. Did Aragon ever end up just like harvesting life energy from animals about to be slaughtered?
Yes, when he was he had the belt with the
Right, yeah.
star stones in it,
That's what I thought, yeah.
the sapphire. And the thing is it mentions for about half a chapter how he literally feels the animals dying as he is inside their minds. He feels himself dying, and then as they die, he takes their energy into the belt.
Yeah.
And that's the closest way he could morally justify mass energy harvesting. Galbatorix will just like sacrifice 1,000 civilians to
Yeah.
give himself a power boost if he ever needs it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
And-
it was sort of done in a good manner. It's just, there's a lot of issues that a 16-year-old doesn't really think about when they're trying to write a triple book series, like,
Mhm.
say, How to Beat the Villain at the end.
I will also say that I think the ending we did get with Galbatorix was the only ending that the character of Aragon as presented was really capable of reaching.
Yeah.
Because Aragon was not a character of moral compromises or of...
No, he was not, no.
Yeah.
No.
He's
Well,
not someone who could have made a hard decision.
I mean, and as we said, I don't know if you were here for that with the whole Roran sacrifice thing. Is there was other ways to go about it? It's just only with post cognition are you able to like think of those really. A Knights Templar gets isekai'd to another world, and he sees various races and customs that are beyond his world. He sees his predicament to this as his holy mission to spread the word of Christ, unleashing a new crusade. I mean, I think I've seen a couple stories like that before.
Yeah, I actually remember a story that did I think it was Total War Medieval 2 and an H series crossover, and just played it 100% straight of what would happen if the French army of the French king that crusaded alongside Richard the Lionheart
Right.
got like transported over
That's pretty
to
funny.
a fantasy adult series world, and played it 100% straight of, yeah, this is what happens when people don't wear armor and you have a fully trained French heavy cavalryman
Yes.
charging them.
Yes. Discovering
Yeah,
horses. I do appreciate that history does have this repetition to it of, the battles worked like this, and then this faction discovered horses.
And then everything changed.
Oh man. I mean, yeah, that's literally how the Sioux and the Comanche basically dominated their regions of North America when they did. Horses go burr.
And then the
Um,
white man came and guns went burr,
mm,
No,
and they collected the guns.
guns weren't really applicable for actually quite a long time because they actually got they got developed like for 200 years before they actually started being used.
They were using muskets after the very first raids on white settlers that
yeah,
had
see,
them.
the thing is, that's great for specific conflicts, but the thing is with horses, because they didn't have any pack animals or significant mechanisms of mobility outside of like dogs, is that the muskets and then later on rifles changed their order of battle. Horses fundamentally redefined how civilizations could function.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's also the breed of the horse. I can't remember what it is, but it was the same thing as what happened with the Mongols, because the Mongols actually had a breed of horses that could live only off of grass, which was why they were so effective on the steppes.
Right.
And that happened with I think the horses that came to the New World as well, is because they could live mostly off of grass.
Right. Yeah.
And people just can't eat grass, and large livestock animals just couldn't be as effectively managed on the open plains. And then all of a sudden, okay, now you have the fastest, heaviest pack animal, and greatest force multiplier on the entire continent. And oops, we redefined your entire existence.
Yeah, I mean, cows were another huge thing that redefined the ability for humanity to farm.
Oh yeah.
I mean, think about it. It is a giant animal that is an infinite source of calorie that can be stored in the forms of milk and butter and cheese. And it can just basically eat whatever's on the ground.
Oh, not only that,
defend itself.
cow fat, the specific cow fat, which is called fucking not lard, that's pig fat, tallow. Cow tallow could be used to indefinitely preserve meat effectively. Like meat preserved with tallow would last up to 20 years at best.
Oh. So yeah, it's basically an infinite food glitch. And so it was that exchange of animals. Like the native North American dogs basically all got wiped out because the European dogs that were brought over and then would escape into the wild were so much bigger and more specialized and hyper aggressive. And I'm not talking about like pit bulls. I'm talking about things like borzies and wolfhounds.
Yeah.
Like Irish wolfhounds at one point, if I'm remembering this correctly, there was like two that escaped from a kennel, and then they went on to basically exterminate like two different breeds of North American dogs
I wouldn't be surprised.
because they were 3 times as big, hunted in the same sized packs, and were unironically trained and used to hunt wolves and small bears.
Yeah.
And you couldn't compete with them. And like feral dogs are a pest animal in parts of the U.S. today because of that.
Feral dogs are really bad, actually, because unlike like a wolf, feral dogs can be very erratic in behavior and aggressive.
And yeah, because they have no fear of humans. They are aware that humans are a source of food, or are garbages as well.
Yeah.
And they will just come up and take food.
Yeah.
sometimes that food is also you.
Yeah. Feral dogs also eat shit alive. They have absolutely no chill. Yeah, no, like I said, they're very not good.
And the thing is in North America it's slightly different because it's not like African wild dogs, which are, these are the indigenous species. They evolved to be relatively in balance with things. No. We imported a whole bunch of ultra specialized super predators that were designed to exist in
Exterminate
small armies.
wolves and
And they
shit.
just,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
what, I suppose it's a good thing that they didn't just decide to eat all the coyotes. Um, coyotes
That's
may be
the thing.
crackhead dogs, but they're. Go ahead.
I would prefer they ate most of the coyotes.
I don't have to deal with them, so I just know them as the funny crackhead dogs that sometimes steal chickens.
Yeah.
But
Let's see
yeah,
here.
you don't have packs of them running around your home.
The polycule
not.
of juniper. Juniper all fucks each other. Okay, sure, yeah, whatever.
Yep.
The only exception. How can you say there's only one person in the world for you, and how would you know? Okay, look, I'm gonna go on a limb and say it would be very weird for your soulmate to be gay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anything, any soulmate or soulmate like person that was the same gender as you would be your best friend, and then there'd be another soulmate for romance. So
Yeah.
you could have like the perfect
I'm
family.
just gonna say this. I don't know if anyone here is military or grew up in a military environment. There's a reason you don't screw your battle buddy, metaphorically or literally.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's similar to why they didn't want to make mixed units of women and men. It's because the men would try just to protect the women and would disobey orders to protect the women. And it's the same thing with a sexual relationship with someone, especially if it's a CO or someone under you. It's I'm gonna give them an easier mission. I'm gonna give them an easier patrol, or I'm gonna pull them out of combat basically to protect them. And it's like, well, no, we need them deployed. Yeah.
I mean, just if you care about someone, you want to protect them. You're not going to put them in as much risk, and that can cause an imbalance and risk the mission, which risks the whole unit.
Yeah, exactly. And the men would fuck the women, and the women would fuck the women. Yeah. Well, yeah. There was a the women would fuck civilians as well, and that was also a big problem. There was actually, this is a study done by this, so this is not just me talking on my ass. U.S. Army obviously occupied the Middle East for a very long time. There was
a couple of years,
yeah, there's just a few years. There was a large issue with the female deployed members either going native because they found a guy and he was totally different, guys, I swear. He wasn't. Or they would fuck the other women in their barracks to such an extent that 80% of the sexual assault cases were in the female-only barracks by other females.
Which I suppose, this isn't me sliding on women, but it makes sense that sexually predatory individuals would self-select to be in a situation where they would have an opportunity for that.
Well, yes, but here's the thing: it's not combat isn't really a thing that appeals to women. So women
I'm talking more about access.
Right. I know, but what I'm saying is that we know hormones affect your mentality, and testosterone makes you aggressive, and testosterone also makes you more okay with combat, I guess is the best way to put it. So women who are okay with combat are probably either juicing or naturally higher on testosterone, which would make them more sexually aggressive.
All right. Yeah. No. I mean, I suppose just as a surface level, that seems logically coherent.
Yeah.
Um,
And again, I'm not saying all. I'm not saying most. I'm just saying it's probably a more likely conclusion to come to than they're all sexual pests.
okay, yeah, fair enough. I suppose the way I saw it is, in my head, it would be a situation of you have a small group of individuals who are sexually predatory, taking advantage of a situation to gain access. I'm sure someone much smarter than me has probably done a study or
I
three.
mean, there's plenty of studies, and that's one of the reasons why the female-only barracks were formed in the first place. Because originally they were putting women in the male barracks to make them mixed barracks, and they had to stop doing that because the women would literally just fuck all of the guys, and they would mass spread STDs and shit. And so
And unit cohesion fell apart.
yeah, unit cohesion fell apart, and then a bunch of illnesses also started occurring at the same time. And so the U.S. military, only caring about two things: how well you can kill the enemy and how much money they're spending doing so, was like, wait a second, why are all our units falling apart, fighting each other, and all getting the same STDs within the same time frame?
I wonder.
And so they started separating them, and then it
Actually,
turns out that all of the sexual assault cases were pretty much just coming from the women. And
that
yeah.
is another argument. I got into this on an
Yeah.
internet argument the other day.
Of course,
No one wins
legendary.
internet
Yeah,
arguments.
no. Well, I do because I just find enjoyment in it. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, this guy was saying that, oh, the military is just trying to be nicer, it's just trying to treat people with respect, and yada 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 yada. And I said something to the effect of, the point of hazing and the point of shit testing people isn't to bully or to abuse.
I mean,
It
it
is to
is
see how
in
you
part.
respond to pressure,
Yeah.
to see if you can keep your cool, to see if you can keep your head on straight, and to see if you're smart enough to think around it for yourself.
Yes.
Um, and half the time, the point of it is to see if you're willing to slack off while other people do all the work.
Yeah. And I mean, it's does hazing go too far? Sometimes, obviously, of course, everything
Definitely.
always ends up going too far. Sometimes, I mean, Christ, look at the sort of shit that the Revolutionary Army got up to when they were training their officers. There's countless stories about, like, oh yeah, this fort burned down. Why did it burn down? Oh, they all started getting really drunk and hazing this one guy, which led one thing into another. Then they held their commander officer at sword point, and then the gunpowder storage went off.
Yeah. So that's a complete breakdown in discipline.
But yeah, so I mean, hazing's obviously been around forever, but it does go too far, obviously. But shit testing is very important in combat because someone's going to be doing a lot more than saying mean words to you.
Yeah, and it also builds a sense of camaraderie. Just when I worked out at Georgia Petroleum, I got shit tested some just because, hey, if you screw up and you step down the water press the wrong way, guess what? You just blew something up.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And so, they want to know, are you going to put their lives in danger? Can you follow instructions? Can you stay calm if you're doing something important or serious? And they didn't bully me much. I was a much younger. I was a kid at the time, in fact, and they were grown guys. But it was, hey, will you follow instructions? Will you not screw things up? Can we trust you to do stuff on your own?
Yeah.
Or do we need to, ride you? And it builds a sense of friendship and belonging, over time, especially when you realize that a lot of it does come from a place of eventually mutual love and respect. And you mess with your friends, you don't mess with a stranger.
Right. Also, I personally, I don't feel like the military should be a nice, kind, or understanding place. I feel like the military should be the opposite of all those things, really, because they are the military and they're about to go kill a bunch of people in the name of my country.
Yeah, there is that small problem.
Yeah, I feel like the military shouldn't be adding one of its core values be compromise. I feel like the military should make a core value of genocide. You know, that's a pretty strong
Yes.
military. You know,
And-
no compromise.
to circle back to Ruby and the Thick,
Yeah,
because I got us off topic, my
yeah,
bad. I think just the idea of, first of all, having a multilateral teenage relationship in an academy setting where there is even pseudo power imbalances within a team, within a unit, is just a conflict of interests and a complete breakdown of discipline. It's also not something that should or could be tolerated by the educators for a multitude of reasons. Least of which is that these are all highly armed individuals with significantly elevated capabilities above civilians who are regularly handling dangerous weapons, explosives, and magic. You know, if someone gets jealous, this could go from a slap fight to holy crap, 20 people are dead because they set off a small bomb in the armory and it set off the other dust. And, you know, what do we tell the parents?
Oh no, they had a training accident.
It seems to me that infatuation is not the sort of compromising element you want in your squad of cadets. And of course, I'm not saying relationships wouldn't form, but that they should be discreet, they should be professionally handled, and preferably kept out of the notice of anyone else.
The
Because
rule of don't shit where you eat should always apply.
yes,
yeah, I can agree with that. Still, Sneaky,
yes.
you can dive back into the horrors of fanfiction.net.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let me stop you from gouging your own eyes out, my
Oh,
dude.
of course, yes. No, of course, yes. We always love to gouge our own eyes out here on the podcast of fanfiction. Let's see, a waifu catalog fic. That's an original idea. Let's see what we got here on fanfiction.net. A waifu catalog fic. Very bold choice to do a waifu catalog fic on a website that does not allow sex. Well, okay. Two wrongs make a right. Well, actually, three lefts make a right. Have you ever thought I can do better? That this could have been done differently to fix this plot hole, or that plot makes better sense. I swear it was a joke. I never thought the company of Waifu Catalog. Okay, well, so you're already not understanding what Waifu Catalog even is in the first place. Would take full interest and turn everything into entertainment for their sick pleasure. Also, if you're accepting of the multiverse theory, that means there is, in fact, a god out there somewhere who would hear your lamentations of, I can totally do better than these guys, and would absolutely yeet you into said world to, air quotes, do better. So, you know, I'm not really surprised. Like, you know, if I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, I can totally do better than them, these are fucking shit. And then suddenly, boink, and some god's like, yo, bitch, guess where you're going?
Prove it, fucker.
I wouldn't be sitting there like, oh my god, I can't believe this happened to me. I'd be like, oh, I should have seen this one coming. You know, because I wouldn't really be surprised if you invented the company and then the company comes and does that to you. It's Pikachu shock face. You know, just saying. I will make the best of it as a better Adam Taurus. Waifu catalog Adam Taurus fic. That's a bold choice, author. That's a bold choice. By the way, Multiverse Crafter, the fic underneath that one, is absolute dog shit. I tried reading that on my own time, and it was just the fucking worst story I've ever tried to read.
What's it called?
Multiverse Crafter by Avi Pure. It's on QQ as well,
Thank you.
so you've probably seen it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I passed that up immediately.
Yeah, it's fucking dog shit. It is so bad. After the homophobia truth about John's false records, filled resentment and rage. Because back in time, it makes Carden the leader of Juniper, screwing over John. Yeah, Sneaky, this guy went full evil vengeance route. Oh wow, that's definitely original and definitely not the same route Adam Taurus took. He definitely did things differently and better. I'm just so tired of these people being like, oh yeah, the premise of this story is that my OC comes in here and does it better and fixes the plot. And you're like, okay, author, what's your grand idea to make to fix the plot of Worm? They're like, well, first they're gonna be like literally beyond Superman levels of powerful, and then they're gonna take 30 chapters to fight Lung once, and they're gonna let Lung live, and then Taylor's gonna join them and be like, wowie, sir, you sure are cool. And then you know, Leviathan will show up and I'll stop writing the story because I just realized Scion's really hard to fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's another thing is I see a lot of fucking stories that Shiro's been writing recently where it's like the MC's like, oh yeah, I'll take a flaw in exchange for a perk, and the flaw's like, flaw, you must have sex every day. And you really like sex. It's like, okay, so I guess this is gonna be like a pressuring thing for the main character, right? Wrong. He's gonna get like the mythical perk of god tier crafting, and he'll have women throwing themselves at his feet, so he has like sex 19 times a day. It's like, okay, so what part of this is a flaw?
That sounds like something straight out of a not safe for work choose your own adventure, but at the same time absolutely thoughtlessly implemented.
That does describe Shiro's stories, so accurate.
See, because that could be an interesting flaw if you are intellectually and emotionally compromised by an addiction
Yes.
to sex.
Yes.
You know, hey, a pretty lady comes up and seduces you, and you are so compromised by this flaw that you know you should not do this, but you cannot help yourself. That could be an interesting, challenge for a character, especially if it's known that they're vulnerable to that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a lot like a gamer story, and they're gonna get some sort of flaw. The flaw is like bloodlust that forces them to fight all of the time, and they get really into combat. It's like, okay, so how does this flaw get written? Oh, well, they fight monsters, and they get really into fighting the monsters, so they'll do really stupid things, like sit there and let the boss power up into a final form that they can't beat. And it's like, oh. Okay. And does this flaw ever come up at any point in time ever when dealing with the main cast? No? Oh. I see. Does this flaw at any point in time ever actually disadvantage them when they really shouldn't be fighting something? No? I see. All right. Yeah, so
Of course not. Then it wouldn't be something they could turn to their advantage.
your character's really fucking hopped up on bloodlust, and you know it kind of pissed me off, right? Because I am the sort of person who just loses their shit in a fight, because it's happened to me. I've told a lot of stories on this podcast about it. And by a lot of stories, I mean the same story multiple times. And
I think it's probably that there are people who likely have never been in an actual fight in their life.
oh yeah,
and so
100%. Yeah, they're just like, oh man, I got super focused on fighting this guy. It's like, no man, when you're overcome with bloodlust, what happens is you don't remember what happens next. A, B, you just go hyper lethal. Like, you stop being like, oh, I'm gonna take a coordinated step this way and this way. No, you start fucking going for, like, kill shots on people.
I think that only ever happened to me once, and thank God I was too young at the time to really hurt the other kid. But I was in school, and there was one kid, and he would not stop messing with me. And hand to God, it had been 45 minutes. The teacher hadn't been in the classroom. He had just been messing with me constantly, and I'm a bigger guy, and the other kid was not a bigger guy, and I like grabbed him. I reached down and grabbed him by the foot and yanked him down out of his chair.
Nice.
Just before I realized what had happened, and then I went, "Oh shit!" And the whole class turned around, laser focus. And the funniest thing is though, the kid, and he was a little bit mess in the head, was the only member of that class that did not give me shit about that moment for like the next month. He was entirely fine with what had happened. I was just like, hey, I'm sorry for yanking you out of your chair, man. I snapped. I apologize. He's like, yeah, don't worry about it. He was entirely fine with me after the fact. Everyone else in that class gave me shit for that for like the next month.
Yeah, no, see, my biggest story is the one I tell a bunch about the time I sent someone to the hospital because the guy who was bigger than me and heavier than me decided he was going to pick on the smaller guy because, oh, what could he do to me? And then I don't remember like the next 5 minutes, and I sent him to the hospital because I beat his face in.
I am very lucky. I have never. I did not as a child hospitalize anyone.
Oh, he deserved it. He 100% fucking deserved it. He was a fucking dipshit because the week after the week he got out, because he got suspended for a week, he decided to pick on someone even smaller than me, who also happened to be the quarterback for the junior football team.
Oh, no.
And then broke his collarbone because the junior quarterback proceeded to lift him up by his legs and slam him into a water fountain.
Face.
So the dude was pretty fucking stupid, and he was white trash as well, so he totally deserved it. But
I
yeah.
I was on the wrestling team for a while and on the football team and a few other things. So I was always a bigger guy, and when I got into fights, it was other than a couple times I did get jumped, it was never a case of I needed to lose control. And thank God no one ever pulled a knife on me. No one ever pulled a gun on me. I'll be perfectly honest. I am not that guy. You pull a knife or gun on me, okay, you win the fight. Here's my wallet. Here's my phone.
Yeah, no, I'm
No.
a little bit the opposite. Yeah, like I said, that's what I'm talking about. Though, like that's bloodlust. Is, oh, you pull a knife on me, I'm just gonna lose my shit, and I'm gonna fucking go after you even harder now because I am just so out of it. I have checked out upstairs.
I think I've simply seen too many people
Yeah,
try to
right,
be that guy.
but that's the thing though, right? Like bloodlust doesn't care. That's why it's bloodlust. That's why it's a mental issue. It's
Yeah,
you're
no,
not thinking
I get what you're
about.
saying.
Yeah, like it's what I'm saying is like I can rationally be like, yeah, I probably shouldn't fight someone with a knife, but some dude tried to square up on me who was like twice my body mass and had like a good 3 inches on me, and I'm 6'1", and my brain was like, nope, fight him. And also, by the way, here's like a 3 times overdose of adrenaline.
I understand that, but for me, I guess I've just never been put in that situation where I was either significantly outmatched. Because when
yeah.
I say I'm a big guy,
I get you.
I'm
No,
a
I
big
get you.
guy.
Yeah.
And I've kind of gotten fatter as I've gotten older.
Yeah, I
But,
feel that. Yeah. But
but
no, it's definitely not something you really find out. Most people don't really find out in this day and age until it happens, and then you're like, oh, okay, so I do have a bloodlust issue. But apparently, that issue was very present for me my entire life, because I will also tell this story occasionally where someone stole my laptop at summer camp, turned out to be my camp counselor who used his keycard access to break into my room during lunch and steal my laptop because it was a $2,000 MacBook Pro that had just come out.
That's shitty behavior.
But I was 10 years old.
He gets his ass beat.
I was 10 years old at the time, keep in mind. I was like, 4'6", 10 years old, 60 pounds when wet. Obviously, I'm hyper exaggerating here, but I really want to push the idea. I did not have muscle mass. I did not have fat mass. I didn't have mass, period. And I was really fucking short before my growth spurt. At that age and at that size, with absolutely nothing about me that would say to anyone, oh, you probably shouldn't pick on this guy. I remember after giving the speech about my item being stolen to the rest of the camp, because the head camp counselor let me do that, I was walking out, and I was in the stairwell before the door closed, so all noise echoed up to me, and I could hear better. I heard 2 kids talking next to each other. They're like, oh, if we find his laptop, should we tell Sneaky? And the other kid looked at him and goes, no way, man, he'll just murder that guy. Again, I was like some fucking 10-something, short-ass, no mass little kid, and apparently I put out a murder aura that other children were capable of seeing. Yeah, literally killing intent as a nothing person. So, yeah, apparently that's been a problem for me for a very long time, and they aren't entirely wrong. I probably wouldn't have succeeded in murdering my camp counselor, but I certainly would have tried.
So what you're saying is you're like the reincarnation of 1100s England peasant who's sick and tired of this Viking BS.
No, I am the Viking BS. That is my ancestry, mildly. So,
ironically enough, the Vikings probably were the ones that had it a lot easier. It's a heck of a lot easier to kick the crap out of peasant levies.
Yes,
than it is to fight professional warriors.
Which, I mean, to be fair, the Vagarian Guard was kind of a group of badasses. So.
Yeah, the Varangians, but
yeah, whatever.
They were semi-permanent mercenaries, and ironically enough, more often than not, used for domestic policing than actual combat. But that's just because the majority of what you might say combat actions would have been riot control, policing, and rebel suppression, rather than pitched battles.
So anyway, to close out the night with this fucking story. 7 chapters, 35k words, 8 reviews, 45 follows. So already terrible stats to start off with, right? Disclaimer. I don't think it's necessary on a waifu catalog store. Remember, waifu catalog using the Calico verse or whatever the fuck it is.
That usually always gets popular, because I was going to say, when I saw that it's only been up for like 17 days, I thought that was alright, but then, yeah, you waifu catalog.
Well, yeah, but like it's not popular. Like fucking Cruel's story, which has less chapters, about the same word count, has 4-5 times as many favorites as this guy.
And written by AI.
And it's written by AI too, yeah. But
Oh.
and it's not even like yeah, I mean it's gamer, but like would you say what's more popular, gamer or waifu catalog?
Waifu catalog.
WC.
Yeah, exactly. And so
It
like
just kind of tells me that this doesn't have enough smut to get popular.
probably. But anyway, point being is it's a waifu catalog story. It's openly a waifu catalog story. It advertises the fact that it is a waifu catalog story in both the title and summary, right? Disclaimer. I will leave a warning here. There will be issues and topics portrayed in the story that do not represent my views and are for entertainment purposes.
Ooh.
Okay?
Yes. Please don't attack me. I promise I'm not this based.
Like, oh yeah, guys, this is a waifu catalog story. There might be some controversial things in this story. It's like, no fucking shit. Really, selling women as sex slaves might have a controversial thing in this story, guys. Oh,
It's
God.
okay to have a character be evil. Sometimes they're just evil.
Yeah, some people are just evil. It's like, oh, what's your backstory? Well, I had a great childhood, I had loving parents, and I decided I was going to stomp on the necks of small animals. Oh, okay.
Oh, crap! No, Netflix made
I will give
a
credit where it's
documentary
due.
about a serial killer.
The
Oh,
Puss in Boots
what was it?
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Puss in
Oh,
Boots
Jack
movie.
Horner.
Yeah, Jack Horner,
Yeah.
yeah. That was fantastically done.
Oh man, that was perfect.
Oh,
No, the thing
you
is
must have an evil backstory, right? Where your parents were cruel to you? Nope, my parents loved me. They left me a large sum of money. We have a prosperous business. You were literally doing this just to be evil. Obviously.
um, Netflix actually made a documentary about one of the most famous American serial killers. I can't remember what the name is. And like half of it was accurate, but half of it turned into almost carrying water for like here's why he was evil.
Right, yeah.
And if you actually like read about the dude's childhood, it's like no, his family was a little poor, but he had both parents. They seemed to have been completely normal, loving extended family. He just liked killing people.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
guess that almost strains credulity, you know?
Well, I mean, you know, it's like if you really want to fucking go there with your fucking sympathetic villains, I mean, hey, let's go enact Poe's law right now. You know, the fucking Hitler's early life. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
World
he's a
War One fucked
traumatized
him up.
veteran.
Yeah, World War One
Yeah.
fucked that guy up hard.
Yeah, he got gassed.
Yeah, he got gassed.
Dumpster gas ain't no joke.
World War One fucked that guy up hard. So I mean, if you want to be out here like, sympathetic villains deserve your sympathy, it's like, I'm sorry, man, but like, I will sit here and pose law your ass.
I worked with a guy who had the misfortune of back when he was doing geological work. His crew got hit with like naturally occurring chlorine gas or
Oh
something.
shit.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that
no.
happens. Yeah, from decay. Yeah.
Yeah, and he said he was mostly okay. He was only exposed for like a second or two, but he was still like coughing up parts of his own lungs.
Yo, yeah.
Like
Oh
like
yeah.
it
Pure
was like one of the
chlorine.
most horrific
Yeah.
things. It's like
Yeah, I
no.
saw a clip recently posted on Twitter saying like, this archaeologist shows here why so many treasure hunters die, and he like removes a stone cap on like this tomb and then just throws a torch in there and it's like burning for minutes because
Methane.
because the
It's
methane
a
and other shit in
concentration
there.
of toxic gases.
Yeah.
Even methane gas can poison you. And it burns very easily.
And so it's just like, oh
That's
shit.
yeah, it's one of my personal fears.
And it's like you got to think about this shit, right? Like, how did salt buildups naturally form in the earth? Well, chlorine gas had to interact in a pure quantity with salt crystals at some point. With sodium, with raw sodium at some point, which means there has to be raw sodium in the earth, and there has to be fucking raw chlorine gas in the earth for those two things to have happened.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Which
And
means
it's not
some
even.
people get unlucky.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember his story exactly, and I think they were doing sample drilling, and one of their samples just nicked a pocket or something,
Yeah.
and that was all it took.
Yep.
And it was just it was pure bad luck. Um, and it from what he told me, it basically came down to, were you wearing your safety gear completely?
Look, there is a reason
Or-
why you wear safety gear for these sorts of jobs.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why they put the sign up of "Don't stand on the toilet and shit on the floor."
Hmm.
Is it gonna happen? Once. Is once all it takes? Yes.
Oh,
it's
sometimes
just-
it happens more than once.
Well, yes, obviously sometimes it happens more than once, but the point is that yes, it's gonna be uncomfortable the entire time you're doing it, every time you're doing it. Yes, it's annoying to put on. Yes, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time until the one time you hit a pocket of chlorine gas. It's a waste of time until until it's a waste of time to wear your hard hat, even though it's annoying and scratchy and it makes your ears itch. And
That's
then
why in Australia all the signs and people call it PPE, personal protective equipment, because it
Yeah.
makes them actually think it's about them instead of just a general safety thing.
yeah,
Yeah, we
and-
call it
Because it's about
PPE
them,
here,
it affects them more.
hard hats are stupid until that pipe falls and hits your head, and then you're fine.
I never had a problem wearing hard hats.
Hard
the
hats are
new
great,
ones
especially if you're in a
that
trolley
are
going down a huge
cool.
hill. It's fun as fuck.
I've seen so many people be like, "Oh, why do I gotta wear a hard hat here?" And it's just like, well, you're right. You shouldn't wear a hard hat here.
Listen, if Jackass taught me anything, it's that have your friends smash a hard hat into your head before pushing you down a ramp.
Exactly right. Yeah. It's just
Um,
Then it's okay.
it's just like the helmets exist for a reason. We invented them for a reason.
my uncle used to own a construction company, and
Yeah.
this was years ago at this point. But when I was young, sometimes I would go visit him, and he'd drive me around the site. And even as a kid, hey, put this on, just because. First of all, if something did fall and hit me, he didn't want to have to tell my parents. And
Oh, well,
also, I'm a
obviously,
kid.
yeah. Duh.
I think it's awesome. But it's not there. Oh, what if a brick hits you? No, it's what if this small piece of debris falling at terminal velocity cracks you in your temple?
Right, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not
Because
the
that's all it
big.
takes.
Yeah, it's not the big spooky thing. Like I remember one time, someone wasn't wearing their safety goggles, and then it was this science lab. Someone wasn't wearing safety goggles doing the science lab, and the person next to them, we were handling like caustic acid or something.
Oh no.
And the person in the lab group next to them, like dropped it in as they were about to do, and the splash came up and got all over their goggles, and they're like, "Oh my god!" And then they back away and they're like trying to wipe it off, and the teacher's like, "Fucking calm down! Just do this, this, and this." And the person who's about to drop the shit into the acid just like pauses, looks at how their safety goggles, the thing going over their eyes, is now covered in acid, and then just
And
puts
puts these
it
on.
down, and then puts the safety goggles on.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
can't believe someone
yeah.
actually used their eyes. That's probably got to be the first time in the world I've heard about that.
Yeah, they saw real life consequences right in front of them and went, "Oh,
Mm.
I don't want that."
I did get to once witness a dude cutting a piece of wood with a circular saw, and something
Ooh.
like a 6-inch sliver, about as thick as a nail,
Yep.
pinged off of his glasses
Yep.
and embedded itself in the ceiling above.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
So apparently they've got these new circular saws that can actually detect human flesh, so they won't cut fingers off anymore.
Yeah.
that's cool.
It's
Very
great.
cool.
Still wouldn't test it,
Not
but
years too
great.
late for my cousin, but still great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just people are dumb. Don't get me wrong. I do dumb things myself, but like, I do dumb things that it's kind of like you look back on it and you're like, yeah, that was pretty stupid. But like, I see people do dumb things that I look at and I go, how did you think to do that in the first place? Like, at what point did you have that idea and go, this is brilliant? Let me just go ahead and stack 2 ladders on top of each other without any securing equipment and tell no one, and then start using a power tool on a piece of scaffolding that my ladder is leaning on.
Sounds legit. I've seen some I've seen some sketchy shit like that in the past, yes.
And it's like, yeah, sometimes it works, and then sometimes the ladder shakes and you have a power tool drilling into your eye.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing I'd rather not have happen. Just
Yeah.
personal preference there.
Yeah, no, I prefer my eyes undrilled. Yeah.
Like, yeah, my eyesight's
What's
pretty
your
crappy,
eyes?
but I like having it as it is.
Yeah, I
You
do
don't wanna
appreciate.
your eyes?
Yeah, I do appreciate a drill not being in my eye. Anyway, so important notice. This is an important notice for anyone who doesn't know what a waifu catalog is. So we're gonna skip that part. So blah blah blah. Company recruits. Blah blah blah. 1 through 10 tiers. Blah blah blah. Be evil or a gray area. There is no good people involved in waifu catalog, despite what others tries to say or what kind of mental gymnastics they try to pull. Yeah, that's a specific call out for Lucifer. That's all these.
Just him.
Oh, well, not just him, but yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people who are like, I'm gonna write a waifu catalog story, and my totally good guy character is gonna justify mind-bending sex slavery because he's gonna help people while doing it.
Oh well, easily. We just do it to only the bad girls, so it's fine, right?
Or he only does it to the bad people who totally deserve it. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can non-fuck Salem and have her, you know, as an immortal ultimate level witch on your side, doing good for humanity.
Right, but
I'll take a little evil for that.
yeah, but the thing is, though, is that you are making a utilitarian argument from a true neutral standpoint.
Yes.
They are trying to preach themselves as lawful good while saying it's totally fine to break, torture, and mind wipe someone into being a good person because well they kicked puppies, you see, and I didn't like that, which makes it okay for me to do those things to them.
Gee, I think I've heard this argument before somewhere.
Yeah, you might
Yeah.
have heard the
It's the utility monster.
Yeah.
If there is one cookie and there is
Yeah.
1 point of happiness from you eating the cookie, it is moral to take that cookie from you if another person gains 2 points of happiness from
Yeah.
eating that cookie.
Yeah,
And also
yeah,
there's a lot of less PG ways to state that, but it is
Yes.
No, it's basically that's basically the most base parts of it. Yeah, totally true. Yeah.
So utilitarianism in general needs to either be incredibly constrained if you want to have a character operate under that ideology, or you run very quickly into a character that can de facto justify anything, no matter how absurd.
But the issue is they're using a utilitarian argument, but they're dressing it up like a lawful good argument.
Yeah.
I suppose you could probably have a lawful good utilitarian if you had them operate under a very specific and restricted set of utilitarianism.
Yeah, but their set of specific and restricted utilitarianism is whatever I think is good.
Yeah. I don't think these stories would be the place to discuss that.
No, it's not. I dropped that fucker because he had V from Arcane gang raped in prison in the most edgy way I've ever seen, because V was tied to the bed in the canteen and the prisoners and guards lined up to rape her just to justify his main character killing all of the guards and prisoners later to save her.
No.
That's intense.
like I said, that's what Lucifer did, right? Like, he's trying to dress up this utilitarian shit in like lawful good of like, oh, it's okay if I kill prison guards because they're rapists, you see. Why are they rapists? Because I wrote them as rapists so my character could kill them.
Well, hang on. So this is a prison where they had male and female prisoners?
Yes.
So a thing that doesn't exist in the United States.
Yes. Well, no, this is taking place in Arcane. So, League of Legends. Yeah. So, I mean, it might be true, it might be false, I don't fucking care. The point more is that the author had a female character that is popular tied to a bed in the public area of a prison, and then had a bunch of random no-name NPCs come up and rape the character solely for the only purpose of making their main character look good when he kills them all and saves her.
Oh, is this Lucifer?
Yes.
Yeah, this is their Arcane story that I was actually kind of liking until I came to that part, and I was like, why did that have to just be in there?
And that's just Lucifer in general, is that where really arbitrary things will occur specifically to make his main character to look good.
Let me guess, after he saves her, she falls all over his dick.
No. I don't know, all I know is that he, for some reason, drops a rape scene every one of his fucking fics for the women he's...
Yeah, that's, typically, usually, what it ends up in is, the woman then starts lusting after him with pretty much no trauma from the rape.
Essentially, he's got a fetish for being a woman's savior.
Yeah, he's got a fetish for being a white knight and proceeds to imagine the worst scenarios a woman could be in from his perspective, to then save them from.
Yeah.
You know what?
It shows up in every one of his fics, and it's fucking annoying.
Which you might be like, oh, well, this person's just having fantasies. They wouldn't do that in real life. So I knew someone in real life who had white knight fantasies and specifically acted on them by having a girlfriend who was financially challenged, and he would wait for them to make really bad decisions to then leap in and help them. On purpose. No. He would encourage their bad decisions, and then when they made them, he would then leap in to help them so he could be their savior.
It's like some Munchausen by proxy BS.
No, it's White Knight syndrome.
Beyond White Knight syndrome.
I think I'm gonna call it here, guys.
I'm the same.
I appreciate that every single time you show up, Alvor, you're like, wow, thank you for sharing this bit of information that made me lose what hope I didn't realize I still had.
Look, I had to unironically detox. I had to, no news media. minimal social media just to keep up with my friends. Nothing dark. For like a week, just because I was spending so much time watching news media, I was depressing myself.
Yeah, see, that's
And
why these days I basically just subscribe to Tim Pool, and then I only read what the subject title of his news is, and then I go, oh, okay, that's what's happening right now, and then I move on because, well, basically it's Tim Pool, so he says the subject title, explains what's currently happening, which is the subject title, and then explains what he's explaining, and then he
Yeah.
says the subject title, and then he goes on a 20-minute rant about how one time when he was skateboarding.
Anyways, my house, my
Simple
housemate
back
actually
when
made
he was.
lunch, and I've been on here for 2 hours, so I'm off as well.
All right, you see it, man?
All right.
See ya.
Have fun, Australia, bro.
Yeah, you too, you racist. Nah.
Competitive.
Anyway, so yeah. We'll see you later, Alvor. It's always fun to have you on here. You always got some unique economic insights for us when it comes to authors being utterly fucking wrong about something.
Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
You all have a good night. Yeah. But yeah, so this is a waifu catalog story. He goes and talk about this shit. You know, shits on some authors. Let's see here. So blah blah. Okay, yeah, so explains a bunch of stuff. Okay, blah blah blah. Substitute, blah blah blah. Well, the build will be dropped at the end, so everyone who's interested can look at it. Okay. Okay, yeah, blah blah blah. Death by meteor. That's funny. You're already marked for death. This was an unfortunate accident. Truck Kun was tasked to bring you here. He is less than pleased. I got killed by a meteor instead of the truck.
At least it's original, relatively.
Yeah, so anyway, blah, 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 blah. Adam Taurus from Ruby, the wannabe Virgil. I mean, he's not really a wannabe Virgil because he does literally nothing that Virgil does besides have a katana and try and act cool. It's literally it. Which have a katana and try and act cool is all of the characters in Metal Gear Revengeance.
Yeah.
It's,
It's a pretty common trope. What weapon looks really cool? I don't know. Katana? Yeah, give him one of those.
Yeah,
Right.
but they actually pulled it off in Metal Gear Vengeance.
yeah, they did. Fuck yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I
I mean, I think Adam Torres's design is definitely one of the better Ruby designs. He's not one of the better characters, but he's one of the better like physical designs.
he only has
it's a
one
great design. It's
waifu
just
in
fucking
each of his
wasted.
stories.
Also, you know what's under the mask.
No, what's under the mask was fine. The people who wrote it are just idiots who don't understand the sort of PR power that would have given the White Fang.
Yeah. It's like I'm sorry, but it's like if some fucking IRA agent, right, you know, literally had the branding of the crown stamped on his like forehead or something, he would absolutely be going around being like, look what the fucking British did to me. He wouldn't be covering it up with a bandana.
No, he'd
Did
be
it to
showing
me,
that
I'll
off.
do it to you next.
Yeah, exactly. Like any terrorist group, like, oh my god, if some fucking general from America got in their head to start branding Arabs they came across in the Middle East while we were there, and some
God. Oh no.
and then some terrorist of like Al Qaeda or ISIS or whatever fucking flavor you want to have, like, shows up, you know, like he goes on national television, he takes off his scarf, and he's like, look at the fucking brand America gave me. Like, he absolutely would do that. Wouldn't just be like going around shooting Americans, being like, oh, I'm gonna get them for this brand. He'd be like, no, this is the brand America gave me. I will curse them to death. They will all die in Allah's fire. Like, no terrorist group is gonna sit on a resource like a fucking face branding and not use it.
So we did worse than that, and it actually worked.
What the fuck is worse than that?
You know the whole meme about dipping your bullets in pig's blood?
Okay, but that's different. See, the problem with dipping
It's not visible, I know.
no, it's not just that. It's you tell an American, oh, they dipped the bullets in pig's blood and then shot the Muslims because they believe that makes them go to hell. The American be like, okay.
No, I'm not talking about in modern times, Sneaky. I'm talking about few decades ago. They had them a little execution and left a couple alive as witnesses to go out and spread what would happen if they fucked with Americans.
Right,
And it worked.
right. But the thing is that they did it in a religious way to use their religion against them religiously.
Yes.
And if that ever got out to the American general population, the response is, okay, not, oh, we should join the Muslims and overthrow America. Which is different if you use something like a fucking cast iron brand to brand their faces, because not only is that not a deterrent to the terrorist group, it's also something viewed as horrible by the general population of the country doing it, which would help them.
Yes. Also, times have changed. If you did that in this day and age, people would fucking riot.
Like, no one in the White Fang recoiled in horror knowing that the SDC would brand Faunus. Like, that's literally, they would just be like, oh, we knew it. I knew those SDC people branded Faunus. Like, that's the White Fang's response. That they're not terrified by that. They're invigorated by it. The general response to finding out that Adam was branded from the general population was, oh my god, I can't believe the SDC was so evil to brand Adam Taurus with a fucking cast iron brand. Like, there's literally no benefit. There's nothing that works for them because of the method they used. And in that situation, it just, why wouldn't you use it? Every group ever would use it.
But Sneaky, that would require actually doing plot, and RT doesn't do that
Well,
on
also,
screen.
they would have to retcon everything because Adam Taurus would act wildly differently and wouldn't
Yeah,
be wearing
that
his mask.
too.
And, yeah. But, yeah. Yeah. But it's just, I fucking hated it. I hated that whole branding thing.
It was so fucking dumb.
Vermintide. Hunter teams were created for a reason. Being alone in the wild is the quickest way to die out there. Okay, what? A starting budget and homebrew modifiers. So the dude's basically full on admitting to taking waifu catalog and just arbitrarily adding things that make the world, air quotes, harder. But like, that's Ruby. Like, yeah, Vermintide. I got 35 credits from doing Vermintide. Okay, but that's literally just Ruby. Like, that's not a custom modifier, homebrewed modifier. That's literally just Ruby. That
Ruby really is that kind of death world.
Yeah, it's literally that kind of death world where Grimm just spawn out in the wild and form giant death balls and will just kill you if you're caught out alone. That's just Ruby. Like, why is that? Why is he getting bonus points for that? That's like doing an insert into a Naruto world and then getting bonus points because people can cast Fireball. It's like, huh? Wearing a mask during combat's a different story. Yeah, of course, wearing a mask during combat's a different story. And it would be really, 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 really edgy to have, like, a mask on that covers everything but your scar. It'd be distracting though, which would be beneficial to you, but I mean it's also like on your face, so I don't really know how much you want that to leave as a vulnerability. But I mean, either way. Salem has enough playing games with Ozma. Remnant will know why it's futile to fight the eternal darkness. 60%, a flat 60% increase to your budget.
Get fucked.
What the fuck? Also, Salem can at any time overwhelm everyone. Well, zealotry. Ozma trusted the wrong person, and now the world knows about Salem and her wrongful divinity. I mean, she can't die. She can cast Giga Fuck You laser beams. She can fly and controls all of the Grimm somehow.
Yeah, I
Fuck
mean,
you, that's how.
the Brother Gods just sort of gift wrapped her own divinity for her. Like,
I mean, yeah, you can make divinity be an essence, like in some stories, but it's not really wrongful divinity. It's like, yeah, I mean, this person can only fly and can't be killed no matter what, and they can shoot giant death beams as much as they want, and you can't defend against them. I don't think they're a god. It's like, you know, to a human's a human. To an ant, a human is a natural disaster that can either save their colony or slaughter it.
Most likely slaughter.
I mean, most likely slaughter, but I mean, you know, dropping a sandwich near an ant colony could save it. Like, even if it's an accident. You know, you see the ants on it, and you're like, I don't want it now, and you just leave it there. It doesn't have to be intentional, you know, but it's just like, to the ants, you might as well be a god, even if to you, you're nothing special. Because of the disproportionate power levels between the two of you. It's the same thing for Salem and literally anyone else on the planet. It doesn't matter what anyone does to her, she's immortal, period. She can't die from age, she can't die from disease, she can't die from disintegration. So she might as well be a god as far as you're concerned.
Yes.
Not even a mage who is described as being exceptionally powerful. She's a basic bitch mage who just has immortality. She doesn't even have aura. Yes, she has magic. Well, I know she doesn't have aura. Obviously, she doesn't have aura. But like, she doesn't need aura. She doesn't need to be protected from being attacked. She doesn't need speed. She doesn't need strength. She doesn't have stamina. She doesn't have a stamina bar anymore. She doesn't have a health bar anymore. She doesn't even, as far as we're aware, she doesn't even have a magic bar anymore. She had, Max, can you imagine a fucking Dark Souls boss like this? All they have is a stagger bar?
Oh no.
I
It's,
don't like that. I don't like that idea. Like,
all they have is a stagger bar.
it's like, oh, wow, this is an interesting secret optional boss. Where's the health bar?
The-
Why
the-
is there no health bar?
Just the name shows up. It's like
You just get the name just pops up on the bottom of the screen. There's a stagger bar, and that's it. That's all you get.
yeah, and
Oh,
you
well, how far?
highlight them with the fucking auto target. Still no health bar shows up, and you're just like, oh fuck. Oh fuck.
You actually get some good hits in, and it looks like you do some damage, and then it just heals up. It regenerates in front of you.
It's literally the fucking monster from Dead Space 2 at the end of the game. That no matter how many times you kill it, it just regenerates its limbs.
God, I hate that thing.
Oh, it's terrible. I hate it.
The worst thing about it is it breaks all the rules. Just why? Why do you get to break the rules, asshole?
I do appreciate it because it does lend an air of pressure to the literal end of the game.
I mean, here's the thing. I have only encountered them in Dead Space 3 because I'm too much of a bitch to play 1 or 2.
That's fair.
But one thing I will give Dead Space credit for, like I've had discussion with other people, if you're going to do survival horror and you get to defend yourself, about the only way I'll play it. Having an enemy that you make it clear they're not gonna die, I'm actually kind of okay with the way like Dead Space handled it. It's actually pretty well done because it also makes clear you're dealing with supernatural forces that
I'm only okay. Yeah,
pseudo gibberish.
I'm only okay with immortal enemies when they appear in areas where the sole purpose of the area is to provide you with a rat maze to run away from them. If there's collectibles in the area, you know, if there's scraps, salvage, consumables, weapons, journal logs, literally anything. If there's anything in the area besides the sole purpose of evading the immortal creature, I fucking hate it. It's stupid. I hate you. Die.
Yeah, that's not great.
If I am playing an adventure survival horror game where half of the story is told from the logs on the corpses I find, I don't want to not find a log because I was too busy running away from an infinite health enemy with my limited ammo.
Yeah.
And maybe if you like put the log and it's like an audio log and it's like on a corpse that's blatantly in like the middle of the rat maze that you physically can't miss, that's fine. But if it's like, oh, you have to go into this side room that you would only ever go into in a scenario where you were not being chased by an immortal enemy, no, that's not okay.
Now, if they let you come back to that room later and the enemy's not there, that's a different story.
She doesn't regenerate immediately? Pretty sure she does, bro.
She does.
Yeah, I literally remember a scene they specifically showed us where she, like, just slit her throat and didn't die, and then stabbed herself and didn't die. Like, I mean, yeah, you could probably pin her down, don't get me wrong. Like I said, she's got a stagger bar. It's just that she doesn't... Yeah, she was disabled, like I said, again, stagger bar. But she took a good amount of time to return from being disintegrated. When the fuck did she get disintegrated?
Season 9, 10 was the one with the whale.
Was that the bomb? Yeah, okay. But we don't even know, like, we don't even know for certain. That's like 5 minutes? At most, maybe?
There's no idea what the actual time scale on that was.
Yeah, like...
The problem with that time scale, Killing Air, is that we also see, before the cane, Yang blow her in half with several explosives, and she got back. She stitched back with no problem. The cane had something special about it.
Oh, I mean, it's not like that. Even if she does get disintegrated, how much rest can you really get in 5 minutes? How many times can you disintegrate her? how much resources can you really pull together to continuously disintegrate her? And how long? Because she can literally just outlast you.
Yeah, you would need some serious setup.
And you can't torture her. You can't torture her into surrendering. You know why you can't torture her into surrendering? Because she fell in the pool of disintegration and stayed in that pool until she went so insane, she went back to being sane from being disintegrated alive.
Twice.
So
she did it twice.
Yeah, and then she just would casually try and kill herself constantly for a while as well.
Yeah.
So
that girl has a few problems.
You're not gonna be like, oh, I'll just keep like ripping your liver out until you give up. It's like, no, she literally had the maximum on the pain scale for maybe years, hundreds of years. I mean, it was probably hundreds of years because like civilization itself ended, restarted, and then she finally got out, and then the gods were like, hey, you should probably take care of your wife.
Yeah. The only real answer is to yeet her into one of several celestial objects ranging from your choice of star type to black holes, and Remnant explicitly is not capable of space travel.
And the other thing is that we have no clear say on how exactly spells work in Ruby. Because as far as I could tell, they didn't have any somatic components. They didn't have any material components, and they didn't have any.
All will based.
Yeah, it was all will based. Like, didn't have any movements, didn't have any sound to it, and didn't have any material cost. Which means, as far as we're aware, even if you restrain Salem by building like a gravity cage around her, so you could build a coffin that would send her into the sun, that doesn't actually stop her from casting a fuck you death bolt at you.
Yeah, you need to drain her.
You would need to drain her magic, but fucking how?
Exactly. But no, getting her out into space isn't actually as big a problem as you think. Remnant doesn't have space travel, yes, because it does stop working outside the atmosphere. You just need to yeet her hard enough inside atmosphere that once it hits atmosphere and detaches, it keeps going in the general direction you want it to fucking go. Oh wait,
keeping her contained.
There's an issue with that design. It's called terminal velocity.
Yeah.
And it has to be maintained through the atmosphere.
Yeah. Well, the other problem with that is that all of the dust-based containment systems that you'd be using on Salem, like say a gravity cage, would stop working.
Yeah, they'd fail as soon as she left the atmosphere.
They would fail once she left the planet. And the problem with that is that she doesn't need to breathe, and she doesn't have blood, which means the two reasons why you die in space wouldn't occur. Which
you basically need to find a way to cage her using her own fucking mana. Which again, good luck with that.
Yeah. And so she could just propel herself back to Earth once all of the dust-based mechanics of the craft you've created fail.
Yeah. Alternatively, she's like, oh, this is a fantastic view. I've heard something called a Rod of God. I want to try this.
Right, yeah.
Oh yeah, she grabs pieces of the moon and throws them back down.
Fucking Salem lands on the moon, builds a castle on the moon, specifically on the side that can be seen. Just occasionally shoots asteroids at the planet.
Moon's haunted. No, it's
in a crack fic, the words "fuck you, Ozma" mysteriously appeared one day on the moon.
Yeah.
Oh no. No. It appears, little scratches appear on different pieces of the moon, and only when the moon shifts into its full whole phase for that one day does it actually spell out "fuck you, Ozma."
Indeed. Let's see here.
Try hard on it.
Fading aura. Yes. Unknown forces cause a decay in aura, weakening the abilities of heroes, leaving them vulnerable to attacks. Are you fucking shitting me? it's of utmost importance to find the source of the phenomena. That's so lame.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest.
That's
For a
just
second,
lame.
I thought that you had just finished a story and started reading the summary of another story because
Oh.
that sounded like an
That's what-
actually decent summary.
Wait, is
I'm
it still the
just, I'm
waifu
just, I'm
catalog
just
one?
saying, Fading Aura as a story title with that summary would be an intriguing read for probably 50,000 words, give or take, maybe 80,000.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely get like a single shot story out of it. I mean, I definitely believe that. It may be like, you know, it's you set it in season 2-ish, and it's like Team Ruby, you know, they think Aura is fading, but no one really believes them. And it's up to them to find the source of the phenomena and put a stop to it before it's too late and people start to die. I can see a good story coming out of that. I don't know how you would like square the circle to like make the creature that would do that in the first place, and then also make it so that it wouldn't be repeatable.
Yeah. I mean, I don't give enough of a shit to try.
Oh yeah, obviously. No, of course.
But as a
not.
premise, or like, set it as like a post-Salem victory or something.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, go a little bit like post-apocalypse from a much older version of one of the characters.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of things you could do with it. Like some fucking like, oh, it's a giant dust chamber that's like resonating in this really weird way because like a Grim, a special Grim, and that mutated it is nested in it. It's like, okay.
Atlas kept fucking around and they found out too late.
Yeah, they fucking they
You know what?
accidentally.
It would be Atlas that actually creates a new type of dust that just that just makes aura fade or something.
Atlas
It would
accidentally
be them.
makes Atlas accidentally makes an auto-tuned aura dust, order dust, and and it's like fucking vibrating in the counter dust frequency, causing dust and aura to start failing. You could do that, yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's ways to do it. What you don't do is you don't fucking introduce this as another mechanic of your story for a waifu catalog. Like, goddamn. Darkened skies. Hybrids are no longer an endgame crisis as crimes against nature have been committed to bring more abominations. Cringe. That's just cringe.
The more I listen, the more I'm like, bro, you're the fucking author,
Oh,
and you're
grim
doing
human
this waifu crap
hybrids.
shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking make a homegrown rule. Grim human hybrids are gonna become a common enemy now.
No.
I have to ask, like, what the fuck is this character and shit he's doing that he has to make this stupid modifier? Just pick, like, some basic bitch character, go into the setting. That's plenty of challenge for them as it is.
It's because, well, see the thing, the reason why he's coming up with all these stupid-ass modifiers is because he's doing a waifu catalog story, so he has to justify why his build works. Which is why he's coming up with all of these homegrown modifiers to give him the points to make his stupid OP build work.
This is just stupid beyond. It's
And-
like,
Bro,
You
just-
see,
I would
just-
rather I'd rather read a power fantasy than this all
Right.
these bullshit modifiers. Because
I-
at least
yeah.
then it's like it's unashamed.
I'd rather just read a story where the character's just powerful because fuck you, I want to write that. Not, oh, well,
Yeah.
you see, according to this graph here that I created so I could point to the graph here, you see, according to this graph, I have collected enough points using the modifiers. That means my character gets the superhuman abilities of winning every fight. And you see, because of the point scaling balances out, which means you can't complain because my character is balanced according to the game.
God.
You know,
It's like, Jesus Christ! Like you're the author. If you're getting into, it's one thing to make your character bullshit and you don't have an actual challenge or whatever. It's like, okay, just go full ham. Just have fun with it or whatever. Do that.
Right, you know,
But like the one modifier I'll give this guy that like I could actually see is fine regardless of waifu category or not is Salem decides to stop playing around and shit starts kind of ramping up of attacks on the actual cities and shit.
like,
That would be fine,
Like,
regardless, in my opinion.
like if you're gonna do this sort of shit, right? Like, if not just waifu catalog, but just like in general, like sort of like, oh, it's a gamer system, or oh, it's yada yada, and this is why it's harder, and like you have some sort of explanation at the start. Just be like, oh yeah, Ruby World, that's considered a show difficulty. We've decided to turn you to reality difficulty, which is why there are all these changes, and it's going to be way harder for you. Fuck you, entertain us, bye. I would be like, oh, okay. And it's like, oh, do I get any benefits to this so I don't, like, die immediately? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's a good point. You shouldn't die immediately. That'd be boring. Here's a power-up, boom. I'd be like, oh, okay. Alright. I can roll with that. It's not some sort of fucking, like... some fucking Reddit nerd's attempt at making a balanced character by introducing multiple flaws that don't really matter as much. Like, oh, I did that shit in 3.5. The system was there, so of course I fucking abused it. Yeah, I took 4 flaws every single fucking time. I got 4 fucking free perks at level 1 for doing it. It's like, oh yeah, my character, he's racist. That's actually a flaw. You can take him 3.5, by the way. My character, he's racist. Free perk. He's short-sighted. Free perk. He is unable to read. Free perk. And he, let's see here. What else can I put in here? Oh yeah, he's cowardly. Free perk. Boom. And so now I just make a stealth assassin at level 1 that has 6 perks to start off with.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, and now I have an excuse as to why my character never shows up in fights, only goes for stealth kills, and is just an asshole to that one player.
That's why he hates elves.
I'm really being detrimented by these flaws of mine. I definitely didn't game the system with the weakest, because there's other flaws out there that are like, oh yeah, you're fucking blind and deaf. Also worth 1 perk. It's like,
the fuck?
Yeah. 1 flaw, 1 perk. That's the system in 3.5. There is no like, oh, you take these really bad flaws and you get more perks. So nope, it's all flaws are equal. So racism is equal to blindness.
Wow. Okay. My character's flaw is that he tries too hard. He cares too much.
Yeah.
Those are 2 flaws.
Yeah. No, like there's in the 3.5 booklet, there's literally a list of flaws. And racism is on there. And your character has to irrationally hate a certain race that you have to select. And it has to be a humanoid race. It can't just be like, oh, I hate goblins.
Goblins are humanoid.
They don't count
You
as
mean it
humanoid.
has to be an enlightened race?
The 3.5, they don't count as humanoid.
They don't count as humanoid?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Oh. Favorite enemy.
Okay.
Does not require you to specify when it comes to goblins. You can just hate goblins.
So it works like favorite enemy though, but it has to be humanoid.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah. But yeah.
Take favorite enemy and stack racism for the same thing.
Favorite enemy? Elves. Racism? Elves.
Oh no. Our drow. Our dwarves.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like flaws are a really exploitable system in 3.5, and I don't blame people for obviously gaming that, because I mean, they made it. And now, don't get me wrong, lots of DMs that I interacted with banned flaws for that specific reason. Which is also completely understandable. But I really hate it in stories, and I've said that, I said this earlier, where it's like, oh, yeah, my character's flaws are, he gets really into fighting, and he likes to have sex too much, and he's greedy, and steals a bunch of things. It's like, oh, wow, yeah, you're really flawing it up there, aren't you?
So he's a normal gamer.
Those are definitely things you wouldn't have been doing normally in this story, eh, author? Those are definitely flaws. Yeah, these are really going to be detrimental to you.
He steals a bunch of things. Ah, yes, a real detriment. Said everyone who's ever played Zelda ever.
Oh no. Yeah.
Just walking into people's houses and stealing shit.
Play any game ever, really, that let you had an inventory.
Yeah.
Dust. A catastrophic event has occurred, causing a severe shortage of dust in the world. The scarcity of this resource has disrupted the balance of power. Okay, so this dude set up literally an apocalypse world out of Ruby beyond the normal apocalypse world levels of Ruby, where the one resource they can use to run civilization is gone. Grim hybrids are showing up. More Grim are showing up. A bunch of fucking end times cults have showed up, and everyone's superpowers are getting weaker.
And he thinks giving his one character some fancy powers is going to offset all of these individually world-ending catastrophes rolled into one.
Yes.
No.
Thank God I didn't pick Warhammer 40k. I would be crying my eyes, because I never want to be in Warhammer. Oh yeah, so then yeah, he does a cyberpunk, okay. Apartheid. Why is Apartheid a fucking perk you've picked up, author?
Does he know?
I really fucked over these poor bastards just because I wanted to maintain balance and fill plot holes.
I'm sorry, maintain balance?
Yeah, maintain balance. Yeah, balance, the balance thing that he did and balanced with
Making the world harder so his super awesome character can look even more badass.
Yeah. It was my attempt at addressing the glaring plot holes left by the writers, particularly in the depiction of Faunus and the issues of racism. I wanted to fix the glaring potholes of racism against Faunus, so I've decided to make everyone more racist against Faunus.
Okay,
are you sure you're not trying to say something?
Interesting, author. Interesting choice.
He said, what did he say? This fic does not represent my views. Are you sure about that, author?
Yeah. I want to fix the plot holes of racism occurring in a death world by making everyone more racist to each other.
No, I do believe that's been a common complaint of Ruby and among this group.
It is.
They didn't do a good job
it's just the way he worded that. Like, this does not represent my views.
But we've all complained that it wasn't depicted well. This dude isn't even saying it wasn't depicted well. He's saying there wasn't enough of it. Period.
It's just like there wasn't. It wasn't depicted well. There wasn't
thank you,
enough.
Max. You made it worse.
That's what that's what the author's saying.
I know.
That's the problem.
I didn't realize it. Oh wow.
Yeah, Hitler was wrong. Wrong that he didn't get them all.
Careful, Sneaky.
Those aren't plot holes in the writing. It's just poor depictions. There's a difference between those.
Yeah.
Trust me, it totally happened off screen.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the racism that that is in Ruby, I do feel is a plot hole. It is poorly depicted, but I also feel it is a plot hole in Ruby, specifically due to the fact that I feel that if there was a single xenomorphic alien species that spawned in infinite numbers and was an endless death wave plague on your species, the fact the guy next to you has cat ears that can hear better than you and eyes that can see better than you isn't a reason to shit on him. It's a reason to become his best friend, because he's going to make a great night watchman, because you have an endless death species trying to murder you.
Yeah, in that regard, yes, it's a very common thing, not in stories, literally in human history. When there's a common enemy, guess what? Suddenly those differences don't seem so bad.
Yeah.
Suddenly they're not important because fuck that guy over there. He's laughing at both of us.
Yeah.
Except there is the one big problem that canonically, faunus breed true, so they are slowly breeding humans out.
Yes, but
and soon there won't be any humans.
Right,
The
but-
grandmother
well,
threat and
okay,
they're the more
the
immediate
problem
threat,
here,
yes.
the problem here, though, with the idea that faunus breed true, because again, you can say, oh, but it's canon all you want, but it's also canon that faunus are supposedly super discriminated against, but we never actually see it. So we also never
Right.
see faunus breeding true, so you can say that's canon all you want, but even though they've wrote it, that doesn't mean it's true in terms of you trying to fix the world in terms of the racism. So, even if it's true, literally thousands of years, hundreds of generations have passed. How are there more humans than faunus if faunus breed true?
Oh, that's easy. Humans spend all their time fucking.
And
When they're not
faunus
killing
would
them or
fuck
being
less?
killed by them.
Faunus,
Apparently.
faunus are more likely to survive in harsher environments with more varieties of power sets,
Mm-hmm.
and are also
and
part
they have
animal, so they
from birth.
probably fuck more, somehow
And they
have less
more
kids.
from birth.
It just doesn't make any sense at all. Yes, you will have to you will have to figure out the issue of crossbreeding, whether it's just like usually some people might say this is a cop out. I feel like it's not a cop out. I feel faunus and humans shouldn't produce children if they do breed.
I'd be okay with, okay, they can breed, and it's 50-50 as to what they are.
No, because 50-50 would imply that half of faunus genetics is perfectly human.
Yes.
I think the bigger issue is that the fact that they can breed like that, as you guys are putting it, there should be even less reason for the discrimination, because like, okay,
Yeah,
you clearly
also
share
true.
some sort of common genetics,
Yeah.
because that's the only way this is possible.
Yeah. Also, pretty much, honestly, again, you could only really have racism right at the start, when it's literally humans and faunus both meeting each other for the first time. They're racist towards each other. Because if you're trying to do modern Ruby time period, that's literally thousands of years, dozens of civilizations later.
Yeah, the Grimm really should have hammered all that out into.
Well, not
you know
just
what? I don't care if you like me or not. We got to work together to kill these
not just
fucking
hammered
things.
it out. Not just hammered out the racism part. Hammered out the breeding part. Because at that point in time, every human then wouldn't be human. They would be faunus. And not just like, oh, full faunus like fucking cat ears and shit. They would just be faunus who didn't express animal traits, because so much of their DNA over the generations of mixed breeding, it would just be like, yeah, half their DNA is probably faunus, which is why half and half occurs in the first place.
Or alternately, they actually did some sort of selective breeding program and kept it up over the years specifically.
Which I would highly doubt.
Doubt that.
Yeah,
highly doubt.
Selective breeding programs only cropped up in positions of power.
And they only really lasted for the one civilization, and then in the next one they were just like, nah, do whatever.
Well, I mean, there'd be a giant chaos period in between, and then it would just
Yes.
stop because, again, positions of power. It only occurs when there is a position of power that guarantees a stable line of doing this, because otherwise it's like, oh, well, Joe was supposed to fuck his cousin, but his cousin actually got eaten by a faunus, so Joe can't fuck his cousin anymore, which is the person we picked out for him. And there's no new people for him to breed with, but we definitely need Joe to create an heir, so I guess he just has to not fuck his cousin.
Gotta find somebody.
Yeah, so it's like, it's kind of hard to do on a death world when, literally at any point in time, a giant army of Grimm could, like, storm the city and, kill, like, half the population. It just happens.
Frequently.
Yeah, so you either have to make it no breeding occurs, like they can fuck each other all they want, but it's like it's like a fucking dog can hump your sheep as much as it wants, but it's not producing a half sheep, half dog.
Right.
Or, alternatively, everyone's a faunus.
Well, everyone's at least part faunus. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, racism, would it sort of occur? Yeah, it would probably actually occur a little bit in the safer parts of the city. Because, safety. But
that is not a first order problem.
Literally anywhere else than the safest parts of the city wouldn't really have all that much racism because people are too busy dying to a death xenomorph army of unlimitedness. Yeah, also as Jin says, but yeah. So it never made a lot of sense to me. It makes even less sense to me for this to be some sort of fucking apartheid going on. Because again, you also have to solve the breeding issue. Even if you do full on a hyper racism, we have to separate the species and give them their own separate plots of land. All right, fine. You still have to solve the breeding issue because if you're still doing it during modern Ruby times, you still have 2,000 some years and dozens of civilizations of crossbreeding to occur. So everyone either doesn't breed at all cross species, or everyone's fucking faunus, which means there's no fucking apartheid.
Or option 3, you have 3 separate species, which are pure faunus, pure human, and then the mixed group.
But faunus wouldn't even be pure human. They literally couldn't have pure faunus in the first place. So the thing is that humans can breed with humans because we have a very close genetic ancestor.
Yes.
Dogs can breed with dogs because they have a close genetic ancestor.
Also breed with wolves for the same thing.
Actually, some wolves can't breed with dogs.
Some wolves, yes, very few.
No, not very few. Like, decent portion. They can't breed with dogs. Either it results in no birth or stillbirth. It just fails. And it's like specifically, it's like certain breeds of European dog are only capable of breeding with certain species of wolves, usually European, because again, those two species were constantly interbred over those years because we wanted bigger dogs, but we also didn't want them to be very wolf-like.
The Atlasian Wolfhound, aka the German Shepherd.
Yeah. So, we certain species ended up being able to do it because we constantly made sure they were still capable of doing it. Horses can't breed with giraffes even though they have fucking hooves. So, if faunus are capable of breeding with humans, they're already not pure faunus to begin with. They're not they physically cannot be a fully separate species.
Faunus are fucking weird anyway, because you've got like a fish faunus breeding with a dog faunus and producing fucking
Right, and
bug faunus
right,
child.
and
Like, what
that's
the hell?
right, and that's my other point of contention when it comes to the faunus, and that I really don't like how Rooster Teeth handled it, because it makes no fucking sense at all why genetics from a fish faunus and genetics from a wolf faunus would mix together to produce a deer faunus. But then they also show in other times that a cat faunus fucking a wolf faunus produces a cat faunus.
Or a cat faunus and a cat faunus produce a cat faunus,
Yeah.
i.e. Blake.
No, because her dad was a
Blue
wolf.
and Kelly are both cats.
No, he's not.
Kira. Kira. As in the leopard.
Oh yeah, okay.
He's a cat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. Yeah, but
Is that why you did in your rewrite commission for Moth? I think you had the lore that faunus were basically just mutated humans.
Nature spirits, yeah. Yeah, and that's why I solved it, because I mean, you already have fucking aura, right? You already have literally the power of the soul empowers my attacks and defends my body. So you already canonize that. That's already part of the world. That's effectively supernatural bullshit, because you are canonizing the fact that souls exist. So that's literally supernatural bullshit already, right? You are already canonizing that the elements can somehow condense and form dust crystals, right? You're already canonizing that. So just take that further and apply that to the faunus. Being in nature causes faunus to appear. Being in cities causes humans to appear.
Makes sense to me.
And that's why a fucking dog faunus can fuck a fish faunus and you get a bull faunus. Because they're nature spirits, not some sort of specific biological genetic encoding. But yeah, no, Birdo does raise a good point. It is 11:40. We've gone on this rant before. I fucking hate this author because he's going into rant mode 2 about Ruby. I wanted to stop this, but he said the words.
Oh no.
There are so
And
many
words.
words, you're not being specific.
Oh, you say. Oh, whoopsie. Yeah, you're right. I did hit the mute. Don't worry. I didn't say anything important. All I said was that I'm turning rant mode on purpose. That's all. You didn't miss anything important there. Anyway, so he says, I hate the fact that the racism in this story was so shallow.
Bro,
Really?
the racism lore.
The racism needs to be deeper.
What made it funnier was when he put a warning is that this does not reflect my opinions as a person.
Yeah, he
It's like,
started off the story with, yeah, guys, this is not my opinion. I just think there needs to be more racism.
And deeper racism. Not just more, but deeper.
This
Needs
is
to
literally
be deeper and more satisfying.
this is literally the meme of me researching cultures around the world of hours and hours on end to be more accurately racist.
Yeah. There needs to be lynchings. I'm not going to be satisfied with just mean comments.
Exactly.
Jesus.
It felt like a cheap plot device to give Blake a reason to fight.
It was.
It was. And it perpetuated the idea of a struggle. It was. Or how, despite Grimm existing for thousands of years, there was very few ancient Grimm roaming the land. Well, I mean, no, hold on. No, hold on. That's actually fair. Because, I'm sorry. If you have, like, some fucking army of huntsmen, you're going after the biggest Grimm. Like, they're the most dangerous, biggest threat, civilization enders.
We've seen Kaiju Grim before, so I assume that's them.
Yeah.
We've seen at least two. One
You-
that was
three.
sleeping in a mountain,
Three.
and one was the Leviathan. Oh, three?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, the whale.
dragon. Yeah, dragon, Leviathan,
whale.
and the whale.
No,
I
three of
thought the
them.
whale was kind of man-made, or at least recently made, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. You shouldn't count the whale. Then
That's
it's
right.
still three.
So what's
That's
the
cool
third
and all,
then?
but I have somewhere to be.
That's fair. Yeah, you talked this
Yeah.
Yeah,
guy.
the only two I knew that was the Leviathan that appeared in B6,
Yeah.
and the dragon that was, for some reason, in a mountain,
Yeah.
asleep.
The dragon in the mountain. The other dragon that attacked the boat that Blake was on.
Oh no,
And
well, no,
that-
no, dude, that's not a fucking no, dude, that's not a kaiju. That's a normal Grimm.
Yeah.
I thought it was a kaiju.
No, that was a normal
No.
Grimm.
Oh, okay.
Relatively
no,
normal
man.
Grimm.
They literally said that sea Feilongs, sea dragons, were a common occurrence that attack ships, and that's why all the transport ships were armed.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit.
Yes.
But whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, well then that knocks a number off of my count.
Yeah. Yeah, so these ancient Grimm would obviously be targeted, and the ones that wouldn't be killed would be the ones that were either, able to retreat to the sea, able to retreat to like a flying island that's basically impossible to assault, or we're buried underneath the earth, or we're under fucking mountains, or in caves that caved in so
In
people didn't really
space.
see them. I mean, well, dust fails in space. I don't see why Grimm wouldn't fail in space. But point being, though, is that there can be some ancient Grimm that could still be around and be threats, but they would just be in ways and in a manner that would make them not a threat. So like it wouldn't be like, oh well, they're just really good at hiding. It's like, no, this one's like unconscious under a mountain. This one's like in the ocean, in the deep chasm. This one
A what?
chasm.
Chasm.
Look, man, I'm not gonna fucking take advice from a Louisianian on how to pronounce anything. Fucking Frenchie.
Hold on.
Only to convene. Yeah. Why are you linking that?
Pronounced chasm.
Yeah, chasm.
Fuck you.
What's wrong with Choosem?
Chisholm.
Fuck you too.
Listen, son, you know I love to set you off, and you gave me easy bait.
Sign right now.
Also, yes. Eat a dick.
That gif is
That's
probably
it.
the most accurate we've seen on there.
I gotta find it. He's gotta be wrong.
I'm fucking done. I'm going to bed. I'll get you fucking juice stick.
Kazim.
Just
See?
Kazim. Oh yes, the deep Kazim.
No,
Deepest of Kazims. What about the Kazooms?
Oh, so it's an Arab chasm. Okay, it's
Yeah.
Kazim.
Yeah, it's Kazim.
Alhambra al Kazim.
Yes, indeed.
All right, I'm out.
Anyway, so Monster Hunter was to give my build a challenge, which would
I'm sorry.
populate the world with a bunch of ancient Grimm for me to fight. Okay. And same shit for organized bandits. Inspired by that stupid game-breaking mod from Skyrim, only Raven Murder Club seem to be the sole bandits of the world. Well, no, that actually makes sense, right? Okay, so banditry would be like really like hard to do because banditry relies on the ability to hide places that people don't normally go, except the places that people don't normally go are probably filled with Grimm, right? And you wouldn't be a bandit if you could fight Grimm because people pay you to do that. Right? You're following along? So like if you could mine, you wouldn't be doing that, you know, for free. You'd be getting paid for it. Like, you know. And when the typical bandits acts like Shay, yeah, well, it's just like, you know, it's like, also, you know, banditry generally makes the surrounding area unhappier, which, you know, causes Grimm to appear. And bandits are generally not happy people, which causes Grimm to appear. So, banditry would exist. It would be one of those things, that would constantly pop up and then die out because it burns itself out. Because a bunch of stupid, greedy people are like, I'm gonna take their stuff. I killed them all and took their stuff. And then the Grimm show up and kill them all. Yeah, so, you know, banditry is kind of a self-solutioning problem in Ruby. So the fact that there's only one organized bandit group still alive, and the fact that said bandit group canonically leads the Grimm to the village and lets the Grimm kill the village before they steal a bunch of shit from the village. You know, actually makes sense. You know, and again, to prove my point further, Emerald and Mercury, two people who aren't even trained as huntsmen, were able to beat up the entire village. Besides Raven. So, you know, so if it was ever a problem, then literally sending a single huntsman would fix it. So that, you know, there's a reason why banditry wasn't really, you know, widespread. It says more about Raven's combat skills and the quality of the raiders. Yeah. Pretty much. And yeah, so you know, huntsmen might go rogue occasionally, might take some dirty jobs. I feel like again, that's sort of a self-solving problem, because then the bounty would get placed on that huntsman, and then people would get paid to go kill him. Which is why in the Naruto Ruby story I created with Cruel Rune, I invented a position called a hunter, which is different from a huntsman. A hunter hunts huntsmen. They are specifically people who have traits such as semblances or combat skills or personality that make them suitable for hunting down other people. So they do that. and get paid a lot.
Why is this still going, Sneaky?
Because this author's really bad, and they're ranting about how it's ridiculous that there aren't more bandit clans in Ruby.
That is such an unsafe job, more so than usual.
You literally just had a whole rant about it.
Yep.
Sneaky, it's 11:50. I think it's time to wrap it up. Let's just bookmark this one for Tuesday.
But Max, they're so wrong.
I'm Sneaky. We all know they're wrong for several reasons. It's 11:50, my guy.
Oh, by the way, so
Everyone is gone except for me.
I know
Laura.
his main quest that he chose for the world
Oh no.
was faunus superiority.
I'm
so
sorry.
he's tripling the racism
Yes.
and attempting a final solution.
Yes.
Interesting decision, author.
And he decided to go the transhumanism upgrade path of cybernetics instead of being a dragon.
If he's aiming for faunus superiority, why would he not aim for the faunus route then?
Yeah, turning into a dragon, being like, yo guys, look at faunus, we're so superior. I could turn into a fucking dragon by like, I don't know, tapping into my faunus heritage or some shit. Instantly crowned king of faunus. Oh wow. So anyway, Truck-Kun is a transformer, and he punches his way into Ruby to run over the main character, because it's funny. And so the company gives him a 50% off coupon and resurrects him for free.
Bruh.
So,
Listen, if I want to read a dick sucking simulator, I'd go look an actual power fantasy story. Author.
Yeah.
You know, I think I'd rather just read a story where dude's like, oh no, I'm stuck in Ruby. Alright, guess I'm just pumping vigor and agility for this world. Like, fucking... So far, there are no downsides for the main character.
Oh
at
yeah,
all.
by the way, so in Waifu Catalog, there's this thing called the talent section, where you can
Yep.
get something like the science talent, which makes you a polyglot for all disciplines of science and capable of putting them together to create new objects.
Mm-hmm.
You have to learn them, but but that can easily be rectified with like various other things.
So of course he got it for free.
Of course.
He gave himself the soul talent, the pretty boy talent, the science talent, immortality, the covert talent. Well, he covert and immortality were not free, but he gave himself science, soul, pretty boy, martial, tune-up, athletics, all for free. And stress. So stress means he doesn't get stressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he gave himself engineering for 30 points. Addiction defense, soul defense, mind defense. It's like, okay. Then he has all these minuses. He spends a whole bunch of points making himself super sexual. Like, a bunch of points to make himself, like, King Dick. And then, oh, don't worry, his homegrown modifiers come in to save the day to pay off all of the super sexual points expended.
I will comment, Max, that you asked about flaws. The wife calc doesn't do that.
Yeah.
There are no downsides to that thing other than what the author's bad decisions in story go.
Yeah.
Which
You mean the bad decisions they don't recognize they've made?
depends on the author, but yes. Because some authors do at least try to add some challenge for their protagonists.
Some authors try to write in that their character has flaws, but again, the way they end up writing them are like, this character is like totally random and bullheaded, and they'll just do things, except the random do thing that the author always has their character just do without planning always ends up working out for them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Like, there's probably a few who try and do it somewhat seriously, where there's like, okay, they have a power, they have the catalog, but the setting can kick their ass, so they can't really be curb stomping or whatever. So they do play it somewhat smarter to like get the powers, I guess. But those are like a minority. Most people just gonna go min-max power fantasy, or in this case, stupid.
But anyway, it is midnight, which means it is the end of Friday, which means it is the forceful end of this podcast. So we will see you all on Tuesday, because there is always more.